from a different star, flying over streets and our broken hearts. But they can't even touch us, we found a different beat. Paradise is waiting and we bought the lead. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. They're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game, and we ride on the flames till the morning light. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Break all the rules, let them run and hide. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know.
Still, all of this people are gonna eat my words. I'm just so quick on it, man. Wi-Fi getting so many picks. Maybe I get Holland with Wi-Fi. Riptide with the bomb, looking to catch something. Maybe. Oh my God! What a high name on this wall.
It's actually a big wall. Oh, Jack with a huge girthy shatter. Oh, what a chat. Hey, one Team MTD member to another. Good show. Good show here.
We're from a different time, yeah, we're of a different breed. Cause what we got is timeless, we supersede. And we hold in the key, yeah, we're tight as can be. We're rolling, just like we please. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. We're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game, and we ride on the flames till the morning light. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Break all the rules, let them run and hide. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know.
The window comes out by Majesty. Not by you yet. Helping out. Oh my word though, but the year with the duplicate on the line and the shatter to go with it. This S is there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs, oh my God, that's different sort of thing. And oh, the shatter thing that gets all sink on the floor. The shatter's gonna come up from Fuga, but it will not get anywhere near the amount of value.
This is going to be a huge frog, possibly. Another one for
Pretty
free.
big, the big one.
Another
Hello everybody, welcome to playoffs. We've made it. I'm joined by a beautiful looking Invictus. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the bracket. It starts now. I'm so excited to be here. Season 2, the pinnacle of Overwatch achievements. Look at him. I'm just gonna wait a little bit. Like you can all get a good eye for. Look at him. We're gonna get started fairly soon, but let's talk about the bracket because this is playoffs. The teams have fought hard. We're now down to 12 teams of our original 23. Here are the top teams that you can see. We're going to be doing the top 4 games. These are in the upper bracket. We're going to start with Client Sharks. That's why it's highlighted. And then tomorrow we have those lower bracket games, which will be filled out throughout the day. That'll be the losers of today's matches will play tomorrow to fight for their lives in the bracket. Vic, give me a little rundown of the matches today and anything you're particularly excited for.
You know, just to begin, we're finally starting with playoffs. I'm very excited. Yeah, this is what the 7 weeks, whatever, of BPL has all culminated to. So I'm very excited for the start of our playoffs. These matches today should be a lot of fun. They should be extremely close, especially our first one. I think was probably gonna be the closest game of today. Clients Sharks.
That's gonna be a banger match.
Yeah, these are all going to be bangers, but I think Client Sharks should be a lot of fun. So I'm very excited for that. Then we're also doing Sydney Surfers versus NightDrive, another fun game. I think all of these games can go either way. Teams have been preparing a long time for this, so you know, we might see some new strategies, some new plays for the team. That's what I want to see, and you know, just everything the teams have done so far has just been to prepare for this. So excited to see what they bring out. A lot of fun games we've had so far, but I think today we might have the most fun games. So very excited. Which game are you looking forward to?
I mean, it'd be hard not to say Client Shark, because that sounds like it's going to be fiery, but we also end the day with Katboy Crew versus Drip Difference, which is also going to be very, very good. These are going to be some great matches. And remember, This is a bracket, right? So this is double elimination for most of the teams. If you see here that the 4 teams in the lower bracket, Hockaball, Peaked Beat, Sarasota, and Molding, all came second in their group. So they start their lives in the lower bracket, because they lost 1 in the group stage. So a lot is going to happen. At the end of this weekend, we'll be down to 8 teams, including 4 of which will be still in the upper bracket. So very, very exciting. Everything is about to, we're going to ramp up the drama. It's going to be even more tense. These games are going to mean even more, and I'm so excited. I can't wait. It's been a long season, and we finally get to just kind of release everything. They can put that all into the matches they have to try and be number 1. Also, fun to note, we have a different caster for every single match this weekend.
True.
I wanted to get as many people in for these important games as I can. So that's what we've got. Which means we can start off with our first match. The Clients versus Slum Allenstein. I almost got it. I almost got it. Clients versus Sharks.
There we go.
Throw you over now to Oddie and Rain.
Hello everybody, welcome to our week 8, and this is it. I'm joined here by Rain, and we are so excited to bring in this first match here, because I mean, it's just what it's all been leading up to, isn't it? This banger couple of games, this and next week, I think, of the playoffs bracket, where teams are really going to be giving it their all. No more fun agreements, no more wacky games. I think every team is now 100% giving it their all.
Yeah, absolutely. It's finally crunch time. It's the playoffs. We're in the bracket, upper bracket first. So, you know, it's not the end of the world if either of these teams lose today, or if any of the teams lose today. But they, you know, you want to stay in the upper bracket for as long as you can. And the Clients, they're not going to be doing any silly stuff. We've been seeing them sort of messing about in their matches for the past couple of weeks in the regular season. And I don't think we're going to be seeing that from them anymore. They're in try-hard mode now, because now it's crunch time. It's the end of the season. They want to be number 1. And I think we're going to see them, honestly, I think we're going to see them pop off hard today. The Sharks, they've been looking pretty good this season. It's going to be a tough match. It's going to be a tough match for both sides.
Definitely. I thought Sharks might have suffered with Indra stepping back from team, but they've been looking still just as deadly, and that's why I'm so, like, we've been spoiled getting this match as our cast of the week, because this is going to be one beautiful game here.
Yeah. So from the side of the Clients, you know, the DPS superstars, Coconut and Recurve, they're going to get unleashed because, you know, like I've been saying the past couple of weeks, they've been doing some silly comps, maybe not quite optimal stuff for, you know, the meta or for them personally, but this week they're going hard. They've unchained themselves. They've let go of their shackles, and they're rising up to finally take their place at the top of the standings and the bracket, presumably, is what they're after. But the Sharks, they want to do the same thing. You know, you got Genesect. He doesn't want to be known as just the best ball in BPL. He wants to be known as the leader of the best team in BPL as well. And while he had that last season with the top seed, he wants to do it again. He's going for the twofer with the actual, but he's probably going to want to win this time.
Definitely, and as well, both, as you actually say, that's a great point. Jen, with the Salamanders last season, got that first seed, but ended up falling in the losers finals and got that 3rd place. And you know he's hungry this time. But on the other side, we have Recurve, who is somebody who has many times gotten so close to that victory, but never actually has made, has gotten a trophy under his belt.
Yeah. It's definitely more of a redemption arc for Recurve. You know, he came first in both of the SR Not Found GOATs tournaments, and, you know, that's all well and good, but he's here to prove himself as the best flex DPS player in this league at standard 222 Overwatch, and I am so excited to see what he brings out. And looking at it, he's locked the flying hero, the funny flying hero that everybody knows him for. He's locked the Pharah. Rialto, it's a pretty good Pharah map, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him come out on this attack. It's also worth pointing out that both of these teams have a good few Typhoon players, so there's a little bit of rivalry going on there between these two teams, perhaps. So the interplay there is quite interesting.
Yeah, definitely Jen and Farmer on the Sharks versus Rorschach, Coco, and Recurve on Clients. A bit of a friendly rivalry going on here, and we haven't talked that much about the other players, but I want to say, for the other right, we have Farmer on Ana actually here for Sharks, which is such an incredible... I think Farmer's by far the best Ana in BPL. So incredible at that hero. We're going to be moving in here. Recurve's taking the top ropes, and Coco already gets the first pick onto Garden. That's already a quick momentum swing.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Garden, he just standing out in the open, and Coconut, he's on this Widow, just coming out of the spawn to get a peek, and he just gets a free pick, just a pick off. So that's, you want to generally on the defense on Reality, you want to fight around this first couple of corners here, and the Sharks, they've just been completely stymied by Coconut hitting a wild shot into the McCree.
Usually when you're Widow says I'm just gonna go for the pick out of spawn, it does not work out, but Coco does seem to make that work, swaps a Tracer as well, D-Mag Sazlak, and it's looking a bit rough for this first point hold already.
Yeah, I am gobsmacked that there's basically no defense at all from the Sharks. They're so split apart.
They're being dismantled. Garden does take down Hyper Knight, but and Recurve as well. I just don't know if it's enough.
I think they might get a recontest, and that is the saving grace for the Sharks here. There is enough time for at least Jen on the ball to come in and touch, I think, but they're still coming into this Pharah who's set up on the rooftops.
Yeah, the rest from Gavin gets Recurve back, and that's so much pressure back again. That Menace, the raid boss in the sky, just coming back, and already a barrage. Meanwhile, Coconut's just tearing them apart. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty quick first.
Yeah, normally... God, it's such a shame for the Sharks because, had that first pick not come through from Coconut, maybe we would have seen a bit more formidable of a defense there. But as it is, the Clients, they just roll through with all these individual picks because they never reset. They never fully came in as 6, the Sharks, and had a full 6v6 team fight. It was just constantly... not staggering in, but trickling in. That's what the term is. Trickling in one by one. They all fall down, and they don't even barely touch the car at all before they've reached first point. And so now coming into second, the Clients, they've only had to use the barrage, and I think the pulse bomb just got used from Coconut. But they've still got everything else.
And the brig is already down. It's looking a bit rough if you're a Sharks fan here. It's kind of just split up and getting picked apart by this Predator missile up in the sky, this space laser, just with his new fuel buffs as well. It's able to... Okay, Nano onto Jen, try to get something done with this here. Garden using Deadeye to get a Siren, and Zazlak takes down Recurve, so that's gonna be an opportunity to stabilize. However, Mustard can get that res off, but with the Gavin, with the Valk able to get that res off, and Rorschach taking down Jen. Hard to deny that one when the Valkyrie. Garden does, however, kill Coconut. It's a bit scrappy, but Sharks looking like they can stabilize, and yeah. Clients backing off.
Sharks, they get our fight. Finally, they get a single fight, and now they can stabilize. Now on Rialto, they can take this defensive posturing on the stairs and the high ground up here, and maybe actually get their heels dug into the ground and stop the Clients from doing whatever they want. They're running this Bull Diva sort of dive-ish comp with the McCree core, with the Ana and the Brig, and so by design they're a bit split apart because you want to have these 3 groups of 3 in sort of different places across the map, but you can't be doing that if you're AMAC. You can't be getting picked up one by one.
Nice one from Siren, finds the Tracer. It's gonna make it so much easier. That's removing... Siren gets another DPS, removing all this pressure from this pretty vulnerable backline usually. The bomb goes out, let's see if we can find anything. Yeah, Recurve in the skies gets taken out a bit too close to the sun, a pretty Icarus-esque situation there. Jen takes down Gavin, and AMAC finds 2 actually, takes down his counterpart in Coconut and Siren. That's another good hold for Sharks, which is... If you're gonna hold anywhere, this is the point on Rialto.
Yeah, for sure. You got this staircase, the sightlines, they're not great for the Pharah, and as we see, the Clients, they swap for full rush. They're going with this rush comp we've been seeing from a lot of the teams in the league right now, the Ryan Diva, McCree May, Lucio, BAP. So they've basically reset all their ultimates except this Diva Bomb, which isn't, generally the most useful anyway. But coming into this Bull Diva comp, I'm not sure how effective the rush is going to be.
Running it, it's a big anti from Farmer though. That's gonna, and this mines from Gen just absolutely demolished them. They're not, that's done, that's the Babs out. Ryan down, go back. I do like the rush swap, I want to say, because with Farah, you're in this no man's land, that is that bridge area. And that's so difficult to traverse.
Yeah, I think had they started on the rush, or maybe swapped rush a little bit earlier, I would have been a bit more of a fan of it. But look, none of them generated any ults in that fight because they all just died to mines immediately. And they didn't get to use anything either. So it's as if that whole minute just didn't even happen.
Yeah,
While I like rush in general against this comp, if you play it right, there's just an ultimate disadvantage here.
Okay, Pole Bomb goes out, is not able to get the kill onto Rordo. Living with a sliver of HP there, they're poking them out on stairs. Jen gets frozen up, does not dies, able to slam it again, and another huge anti-nade. Bomb goes out, 2 picks already, Bab going down, Coco also dead, and I think there's gonna be another fight for Sharks. Nano as well there. I was kind of questioning the Ana over the Zenith first, but Farmer is so incredible.
Yeah, I think keeping Farmer on the Ana is just a point of, Farmer, he is absolutely incredible on this hero. He's generating nanos at an incredible pace, he hits these huge antis every single fight, and he's probably got some sleeps going on that we don't even see, in his backline. That's just Farmer things.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, I would normally take a Zen, but just, Farmer, he's so good at this Ana.
Okay. Minefield out kind of zones them back from card, but not a lot of those are up in the air right now, so Hyper is able to walk the card. Not really seeing it, just kind of poking out. Okay, that's a good pick. That's a good start already. We haven't seen one of those in a bit. Gavin taking down Jen, Hyper getting the Tracer. Bomb finds a Siren. That's questionable, and the beat has to be committed because of that. I think Gavin was getting a bit scared with that bomb pick. Not sure if that was necessary, but it's probably out of panic.
Yeah, your BAP goes down, you see that they could potentially recontest because they only just capped the cut at that time. So Gavin, he commits the beat, and that's maybe not what you want back, but in the moment, you're panicking, you say, we need to win this fight, we need to win it right now, so I'm just going to commit this ult, and those ult disadvantage problems they were having before, they're not there anymore. They've got all the ults across the board except that beat that they just had, so I would give the advantage to the rush comp coming in here.
Alright, quick, Deadeye already are mailed, also out, window ultras being just thrown at the wall. Emmy and Jen go down, so it does work out. Picking up 2 Garden, May goes down, and they're unable to cruise into this final fight. But probably a recontest though, and this is such a stally point.
So the clients, they acknowledge that the Sharks, they just swapped to full rush as well. They have 0 ultimates to use. So when the clients get their ults, they're just using them. It goes blue, they press Q.
Jen tried to get the pin on the touch, but it just wasn't. They just focus him down, instantly bomb out, and it should be done. Fields used, the ice blocks used, there's no stall abilities left anymore, and gonna be able to cap with 38 seconds.
Far too late of a swap for the Sharks. If you want to swap to that rush, I feel like you have to do it earlier than that. You can't let the other team go to rush on the second point and win the fight, so they have ults coming into third point, and then swap all your comps so you don't have any to use, because they're just going to out-ult you, like we just saw. We saw the Blizzard come out, the Window come out, and I believe it was also the High Noon from the clients, and it just dismantled the Sharks. Because what are they going to do about it? They don't have a beat, they don't have a window of their own, they don't have a Blizzard to zone them away, perhaps, they don't have anything, because they just freshly swapped. So from the Sharks there, I probably would have genuinely considered just staying on the Ball Diva comp, because past, that first point, which was a bit abysmal, you were defending pretty well, I think, from, the perspective of that second point, using this high ground properly, really sort of isolating the members of the Rush comp on clients to really win these fights quite handedly. And to swap it all out in favor of Rush, which, while it might be optimal for that point, and might be what you've practiced, it completely resets your ult economy, and you can't really. That's what happens when you do that. You just get completely rolled over by the clients.
Maybe it was a bit of a too much confidence in their rush. Maybe it was just a mistake in the ult tracking. But anyway, as well, like the Ball Diva, you could have stalled like infinitely with that comp, of course. So that's also one. But now we're gonna see Garden going over to Echo actually, and AMAC B on the Hanzo, while clients are on their comfortable comp.
Yeah, the clients they've returned to their Pharah Mercy comp with the Bull Diva like we saw from them on the first point before, it sort of got stifled a little bit on second. And this is what they're comfortable with, running Recurve on that Pharah. He's obviously, everybody knows him as the Pharah player. This is what they want to run in an ideal situation.
Ooh, nice one onto Garden. AMAC does get Recurve in return though, and I don't know if that's Resible. Actually, no, definitely not with the Mercy out of play. Jen falling, but that's already really good getting the 4 Mercy out of the fight.
Yeah, and that's definitely a big confidence booster for the Solomon Island Sharks because they got completely dumpstered on this first point on their attack. They needed to come in and say, you know what? We can do it too. We can hit them just as hard as they hit us. And they do that. They get their first picks, first fight win in no time at all. And they're already past the first corner.
Yeah, alright. Gonna see it. Alright, Garden gonna fall to Roar already. So it's good coming back here for the clients. Zazlak out of mech already. Ricker's back, just takes down Zazlak in the baby form. Going to be Ami going off the map, maybe a reset, I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I don't know about a reset now because they're still in the middle of a fight, possibly a mistake. Emi says ping in the chat. That's unfortunate.
Maybe a mistake with the break bash due to ping. We don't know. Alright, gonna get an exit frag onto AMAC, and Sharks are okay. Now that the ults are getting there for clients, you're kind of sweating right now, I think.
Yeah, so that fight can be broken down, and it's just the fact that Solomon Island, they were split apart as you want to be with this Bull Diva comp, but because of that, Diva wasn't there to defense matrix the people she wasn't with, and so Recurve just gets free fire.
Ooh, nice stick onto Garden, a bit of a Tracer diff coming out there, which, I mean, no hate to Garden, of course. Coco, incredible on this hero, probably the best one in BPL, and now they're kind of just scrambling to do something here, Sharks. I want to point out that these roofs on this defense is so much better than the offense for this far.
But they've got a first pick coming in here. This is the fight they need to win. They're using the Nano, they're using High Noon. They need to win this fight because there's no mercy, and that is so important for this fight for the Sharks.
Yeah, absolutely. The clients right now, merciless in 2 ways right now, but it's good. Okay, Gavin's popping Valk to come back faster, I think, and Osiren doing the trance to stall out. Farmer take... Oh my... big bomb. That's a massive bomb, actually. Also gets mech. Not see that one, and able to take down the Baby Diva as well. Huge from Roar to kind of stay in there.
I don't know if Emi just didn't have shield then, but her and AMAC died to the bomb, and then that's just a one fight off of Rorschach's bomb. You can't lose 2 players and then still try the fight because you're going into a meat grinder at that point. You're 4v6, it's not worth it. Just reset, get back, and try to die as fast as you can.
In my opinion, that's a 3v6. Diva out of mech, yeah, good luck. Coconut's hounding, just looking for a target on his high ground. He is feeling it. He's in the back lines. A menace. Okay, Ami gets the rally, so they're able to live at least for a bit. Bomb goes out, not really finding anything, gonna get mag back. Jen dropping low. Able to find a Siren, so that's good, and able to get out as well with his life. AMAC finds Hyper Knight. The barrage gets a pig, but it's the press Q to go to spawn. So Recurve will be dying. Also gets Coconut, taking out the 2 giants here, the 2 raid bosses for clients out of the fight, and it looks like they're able to finally get point A. Jen off the map though, I don't know.
Clients are able to recontest, and there's no balls on the point right now, so it's all non-main tank teams here. But it looks like the Sharks are finally going to be able to just about push it through in just before overtime, which is it's not good.
It's not ideal. Let's hope this second was as good as on their defense. Okay. Yeah. All right, some nice little late fight picks. Gonna be making this already a bit easier, but this card has a way to go, and this first part of B is just not real.
Yeah, luckily for the Sharks, they do have a fair few ultimates coming up pretty soon. You've got the Nano and the Mines. You've won fights with just those 2 ultimates before, so I think if you're the Sharks, you're looking to use that combo again because there's not much the clients can do about it except transcend. But then after that, they don't have any transcendence for maybe a Diva bomb or something like that. So that's what they're going to be wanting to use here, I think.
All right, both support ults already out. Nano, I can't really see who's that onto, by the way. First, okay, bombs not find anything from Rorschach there. So they're able to go under this. Oh, and this roof here for Recurve is so big, actually. able to. Okay,
he's
press.
completely split off from the rest of
Why?
his team, and then he ults.
Oh
So-
no! I was just saying how good it was for you. Why would you push the Q button there? Do not push that button.
It's
a
a
bad
good
button.
it's a good position, but he's completely split off for the whole rest of his team. So when he goes for the barrage, he doesn't have any defense matrix. There's no other chaos going on. The Sharks can just hold their own defense matrix, and look at him, and then he just dies. It's so unfortunate for Rikov.
Yeah. No. Okay. Roar. Okay. This Hyperknight slamming in. Bomb goes out from Zazlak. Gonna maybe try to close out this point here. The Recurve is there for clients, so they're back, and they can still win this, but Recurve going down again. Let's get in. Ooh, Zazlak getting 2 picks. No, my apologies. Shark's getting 2 picks. Words, European times. Okay, Nano goes out. I think that's onto AMAC, and some nice picks to get point B.
So luckily for the Sharks, the clients were facing the same problems that they were on the first point, where they're just so split apart. Once they get onto that second point, I don't know what happens, but it just all falls apart for the clients. They're all over the shop. And, with the Baldiva Recurve on the Farah, that's sort of what you want to do, but maybe not to that extent, where you're just completely isolated in no man's land. And because of that, we're going to see them do the same thing that the Sharks did and swap to rush right as the third point comes in into basically 5 ults from the Sharks. So...
Okay, hey, at least it's not the rush mirror with the old disadvantage, so maybe a bit more hope. Not if Garden does that though. Never mind. Hope torn apart. That's incredible. I think that's almost a 6k. That's basic. If you get Mac and Baby Diva, we'll call it a 6k. Why not? You've earned that one. That was massive. They're scrambling for the stall now, saying no more.
Garden hears you talk about hope, and he says, "No, there's none of that around here." I say no.
I do not see the hope. Garden gets another pick on the Gavin right now. Oh, it's crazy. Coco gets a singular kill onto AMAC, maybe trying to hope the tide is back if they can get some good stall, but with Recurve dying as well as a Siren, it's looking all the more bleak. Diva Bomb out. Do not die to this one. That would be a good one. Garden gets 2 kills. I think he got like 9 this fight already. If you count that Pulse Bomb, part of the previous fight. Finally going down. The menace has been stopped. Zazlak killing Coco with Bomb. Amy picking up 2. This should be it, right? Oh, but Hyper's back again on ball. You have to focus these targets down right now. If you want, you don't already not. That's like 30 seconds stalled already, but they're able to finish it.
Somehow Coconut dies to that Diva Bomb that's just stood still on the point, and the baby Diva who's hiding underneath the cart doesn't die from the Diva Bomb. That's a bit bizarre, but it's like we predicted, man. This match is so back and forth. These teams are such a high level, especially in these DPS players. It's so close. There's just these individual moments that are deciding whether or not the fight's won or lost, or for which team. And we've seen that in the time banks. 10 seconds more in the time bank for the clients than the Sharks. 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's incredibly close time banks. That's how it's feeling right now. I mean, we're seeing some crazy DPS pop-offs. Like, fill your montages, man. Like, get the editors in here, get the montage editors. We're gonna be able to pump one out after this game already. We don't even have to wait for the weekend to end.
Yeah, maybe the clients and the Sharks did agree to something before the match, and they agreed to just give us montage fuel the whole way through. And if that's what they're going for, it's definitely delivering. But coming back in here to these time bank rounds, both of these teams, I'm worried for the Sharks, because they kind of got rolled over on their defense. It's not their defense right now, they get to attack first because they've got less time. But the clients put up a decent defense at the start of their first point, so if they can do the same again, it's going to be very harsh for the Sharks.
Yeah, Sharks, you gotta adapt, you gotta look at what you did wrong that first attack, because that was an overtime cap, and you don't have 4 minutes now. You have, divide that by 4, and you got what you have right now, which is a singular minute to get as far as you can.
That's some quick maths right there, but it's looking like it's going to be the same as the same as we saw it the first time. The clients on the Baldiva with the Farah, and the Sharks using the McCree to try and sort of counter that one out a little bit. Interestingly, the Brig still for the Sharks. We haven't really commented on that, but Brig into Farah is not really amazing. You can't really do much. You'd maybe like a Zen or even a Mercy to damage boost the McCree to try and make it a little bit easier for taking them out, but it seems like it doesn't matter because Osiren's already down.
Yeah, nice from Garden. Absolutely continuing that end of point C dominance. Gonna already started with the opening pick here. And all of Sharks dropping low. They gotta get top again, but they're playing such a high sustained comp with the Brig and and that Ana there. Oh, that's nice. The tank line going down for clients, and Garden gets picked, but I don't think it's enough. I'm able to get a recontest, but they should be able to get point A.
Critically, the nano gets used just before the fight finishes, so they don't have it for this next fight. I don't think it was necessary. Maybe a bit of a panic use from Farmer there. Maybe he'll farm up another one soon, as his name would suggest, but that's the only help we have at the time.
Building on real quick, and he didn't actually stack on card there, so clients were able to get that recontest in, which it doesn't seem like it matters that much. You're going to be able to win this fight, but that was a bit... If you lost there, that would have been a bit of a... You're kicking yourself there.
Yeah,
but no, they're able to get... Point A gets captured. Recurve is still kind of raining some terror in, but gonna be able to disengage. And they're getting up to this... They're gonna be able to get to that bridge on point B, which is already very nice for your second attack.
And if you're the clients here, you are sweating, because that first point, that was where you had the best part of your defense. Points 2 and 3, you sort of just got rolled through. Maybe not, you had still a good couple of fights on these points, but you really wanted to stop them on point 1, like you did the first time. And now that they're through, I think you need to be really worried for the clients to be able to stabilize properly here.
Alright, well, Siren falls again. That's in a mirror of that point A defense. So Siren once again going down the garden. And, Coco Hyper Knight also falling. The Deadeye gets a Roar's Baby Diva form. It's looking rough, yeah.
The clients, they're just falling apart. Siren gets taken down, unfortunate. Gavin goes for the res, but because he's going for the res, he's not healing Hyper Knight, and Hyper Knight dies on point. So there's... it's so disjointed from the clients. There's no unified, this is our push, this is what we want to do, let's all go in together. It's so disjointed. It's so unfortunate.
Okay, Mines on card, gonna be able to hopefully get them some space. Now, Zazlak's bomb's gonna be able to clear those. And not even the Mines. Also, Recurve going down. A Siren comes in with Trans, but I don't know about that one. I don't think there's anything to Trans right now. Coco dropping low. Probably gonna be able to get found out in a bit. Gets healed, recalls, I think. Siren's so low. Gets picked, gets downed. Farmer as well, taking down Rorschach. It's... no.
Siren transes to protect the res for Recurve, and then Gavin still dies. So they use a Transcendence against no incoming ultimates, and they don't even get what they wanted to do out of it. That's such an unfortunate use from the clients. So now they've only got 30% of it back already. They do have the BPL the Diva Bomb coming up, but that's it.
Ooh, Ami going down. That's a great start. Maybe finally able to get something done. But Farmer has Nano. Once again, built that up. Big DPS ults though. Able to find AMAC and Farmer. Our Farmer's able to get that Nano off as well. Dies with Nano. So that's probably going to be able to get... They're going to get cleaned up without even getting to use that Nano. So it doesn't matter that it was built up so quickly. And they're finally able... It's just Jen left. So finally able to get this done. Ami's back on Lucio. Not going to be able to do much. Yeah, but that's still such an incredible attack. Especially in the second round.
I completely agree. For a 1 minute start on Rialto, they come in and get most of the map done. You have got to be sweating if you're the clients right now, because the first time around you stopped them in their tracks on the first point, and this time you just got rolled over. So clients, they've got to pick it up. They've got to pick it up hardcore in this attack.
Yeah, their first attack last time was really good. Let's hope they can recreate this. But Sharks, they look like they learned from their first round, and they've got to figure it out right now. So let's see what happens here, huh?
And it's definitely some good adaptation from the side of the Sharks. They're not getting picked off as much as they were that first round, and it's showing in these one fights because the clients are sort of acting as if they're going to be doing the same thing. And it's coming back to bite them because they're going in on these hero plays to try and get those individual picks on the Sharks. And not only are they not getting them, but they're getting picked themselves. And so it's just completely flipping the script on the side of the clients. And I don't know what they need to do now.
The swap up comes out. Siren's going to be playing Ana here. And I'm not even sure if I like it that much, actually, with the Discord gone now.
Yeah, it increases the sustain of the tanks on the point when, the Mercy's in the air with the Farah, but then you don't have this damage boost. Well, you do with the Mercy, but you don't have the Discord on, specific targets that you can dive on and then say, this guy needs to die, go. It's more so like a sustained fight pick, and I don't know if that's what you want if you're the clients. I don't know if you like the sustained fights here against the McCree.
Yeah, maybe it's Coco. Hey, I don't need to Discord. I can take these targets down all by myself. I'm good enough. So just go Ana. Okay, nice sleep on the Gen. Not able to get the slam off. Currently just getting dueled by the Tracer. Garden gets pushed out there. Gonna ball coming back to Peel. Very nice. At least the flex support's not dying that much anymore due to some nice Peel, nice swaps.
A very nice sleep, but it does still keep Gen in the range of the cart. So while they aren't waking him up, they're not getting any push either because he's just sat there sleeping and still somehow blocking the cart. Because, you know, a sleeping hamster can block a payload, I guess. Doesn't make any sense, but that is what happens. So because of that, presuming they don't keep getting picked like this, they might get another recontest and have a chance to stop the clients before first point.
Okay, but that's good. The ball dying already is going to be able to lower their chance at a recontest so much. That's so much car presence gone, so much stall that's gone. I'm gonna have to take down the Diva. The bomb goes out in front. I think that's gonna be decently big. Yeah, gets the Kree. So I think they'll be able to get, they're gonna be able to point A, enemy off the bridge, farmer down, and they're gonna be able to roll into B. And this is where they got held for a long time last time. So let's hope they can do it better this time. Osiren standing still.
Osiren just AFK and Garden comes in with one clip. Okay.
Wait, okay. And now they've used res. They've used res for this. They don't have it for the fight.
Yeah, that is actually crucial. It looked a
terrible.
bit silly.
Siren, touch your keyboard, bro. Get the mouse.
It looked a bit silly because, you know, it was just, you know, Garden was left after the fight, wanted to see what he could do, and then, you know, he jumps off the map. But because they've used res now, that makes it actually such an impactful little interaction there.
That's terrible. Bomb goes out. Reeker finds. Oh no. Siren down again. The Ana's gone, that's terrible. At least Gavin has the Valkyrie and the res is up again, so it's not as big. He was able to get that res back, but Recurve dies and the stick onto a Siren. Farmer is actually, Garden. Apologies, farming Garden, you know, it's similar. Actually playing incredibly well, gets Gavin as well.
And this is just it.
Man.
That's map 1, going to the side of the Solomon Island Sharks over the clients. That is incredible play from the side of the Sharks. After that first round defense, that is not only some solid mental fortitude, but just some incredible adaptation in their play.
Oh, wait, I want to see this, because I know what this is. Yeah, give it to me. Okay, field down. Oh, that's so nice.
So clean from Garden. This entire map
beautiful.
has been clean play from Garden.
Garden's playing very well. Should be really happy with the results. And I still think, because Osiren died the bomb in that final fight, and I think that was because he was coming back from being one clipped, and I think Garden being allowed to live there and getting the Ana is such a terrible mistake by clients. I don't know how that happens.
It's very strange. Like, even if you're just sitting on the cart, maybe go left and right a little bit, just in case, you know? Just standing completely still, doesn't know there's a Tracer behind him, just gets completely dominated, and they have to res him, and then they don't have the res for the... Well, they do. Luckily for the clients, the res did come back just in time for them to res Osiren again after he gets slam bombed. But then Recurve dies while the res is happening because he doesn't have the mercy pocket, and it all just falls apart like dominoes on the side of the clients.
Yeah, I think that's a no focus, no win type of deal. Any focus fans out here? I think, you know, you can't win without that guy. Anyway. It was surprising. I mean, that was a good map. That was an incredible first map. This game's living up to the hype.
Yeah, for real. But what the clients need to do here to come back in, they need to focus up. And it looks like they're going to be doing... Thank you. I thought about that for a whole 3 seconds. Yeah, but so Focus is going to be coming in here for Hyper Knight, and it looks like Mustard's coming in for Gavin as well. So, you know, we've got these swaps coming in for the clients. Maybe this new lineup will have a little bit of a... better chance against the Sharks, because while it looked good at the start, past the first round, they kind of got completely shut out by the Sharks. Particularly the Sharks' DPS. AMEC and Garden were sort of giving it to them.
Yeah, it was crazy. We were talking about this incredible DPS. And let's first, before I see the ads on Twitter or in chat or in Discord, Coconut and Recurve played exquisitely well. It was very well played from them. I'm not saying this like, oh, it's a DPS, but AMAC and Garden were able to hold their own really well there.
Agreed. It's not necessarily a DPS difference because the DPS on the side of the clients, as always, performing very well. But for the Sharks to be performing equally as well, I think is the interesting part about that. Because
Yes, it's not a DPS difference; it's a lack of DPS diff this game.
exactly.
That's what's surprising.
No, it is. Yeah, the DPS, especially if you look at like SR numbers, the clients easily the top 2 DPS in the entire league. And they're not completely stomping the DPS of the Sharks, and
Yeah, that's
because
good.
of that, it's being run away with by the Sharks. They're taking these individual picks and saying, "You don't have your superstars anymore. We're not getting completely dominated. What are you going to do about it, clients?" And it's up to the clients to show them what they're going to do about it.
Okay, speaking of DPS, the Shark DPS, by the way, Ishiki's in right now for Garden, and Ishiki has some big boots to fill after that first map performance. So let's hope that they can do it. Also, Robbie coming in. Jen also played very well, I think. So let's hope these substitutions are able to keep that momentum going.
Robbie comes in for Jen on the main tank, but Jen does not go out. Jen is on main support this round.
Oh,
On the Brigitte.
I did not notice that Jen was
the
playing
Jen
Brigitte.
Brigitte, the classic Jen,
I think that's the leadership thing, right? Surely
Yeah,
Jen has to be main shot caller, yeah. Then.
almost definitely a shot calling thing. You don't want to sub him out completely because then all your leadership is gone, and you need a plan of action, especially on a map like 2CP on Anubis. You need to have a solid plan of action and execute it properly.
Oh my god, Coconut instantly finds a Shiki. It's Coconut's Widow once again. That's 2 maps in a row, by the way. The Coconut's gotten first blow on Widow out of spawn, basically.
Yep, and it's
Focus. No, that's already Focus going down, dude. But Coconut finds another. Currently on this high ground hunting. Just truly hunting.
Again, like the first round of Rialto, because of that first pick from Coconut, it all just falls apart for the Sharks. It looks like it's sort of winnable when Focus ints, but because they get the res and Coconut gets more and more picks, it's just a one fight off of one pick from Coconut.
Yeah, Coconut getting 3 picks there as well then, as the fight kind of broke down. Gets a 4th, actually. The only one that's not a headshot. Currently 75% of his kills have been Widow headshots. And Recurve is able to stretch his leg on Tracer. Finally gotten Coconut off that hero say. It's a first time this season I get to be the Tracer player.
Yeah, and we've been talking about the Sharks DPS because of course they played very well, but now Coconut is coming in and saying, actually, I am the best hit scanner in this entire league, and I'm going to show you exactly why. And Recurve, he's got something to say about it as well. Gets a pulse bomb, takes down AMAC right off the bat of the second push.
Alright, already a big pick. Ishiki dying to a Siren. Oh no, this might be an incredible snowball. I mean, Zazla goes down. Oh, Coconut, I was gonna say Coconut, just stay Widow, and he's doing it. Mustard falling, but with the Transcendence, this might not be enough. That's a crazy pin actually from Robbie. How did he not die in the middle of that? But also did not get a kill off of that one. But now that the fight's going on longer with Mustard down, this is really winnable for the Sharks again. They're going to be able to stabilize. Yes, bomb finds a Siren. AMI getting Recurve, and that would look scary for a moment.
Oh, no, this brutal stagger onto Rorschach by the Sharks.
My god, my man, no.
Come on, guys. He has a family. Don't do this to him, no.
Raise your heavens that Farmer swapped to Bab, I think, for the stall. I know already built that window, though. Might be longer. I didn't see. But if Farmer was on honor, that would have been an incredibly brutal stagger.
Well, the Sharks, they swapped to a full Rush comp, which I don't believe they were running for their first point defense, because I think Rush is kind of bad on defense on first point. They completely swapped off. So the fact that they've got ults coming up now just after that stall, and they didn't even give up a tick, that is incredible for the side of the Sharks.
Alright, bomb gets land, and also, oh, the shatter is really big from Robbie, actually. That's laying them down, taking them out. Just knocking it out of the park, real nice. And it's going to be the fight, nice and clean.
Takes him to the ground, he stacks him up and knocks him straight back down again. It's an easy fight win off of the main tank. Difference, I would say, in that scenario for the side of Robbie. Yeah,
definitely a little bit of an MTD there. I was actually going to comment on something before that incredible shatter came down, so wasn't expecting it. Jen's not on Lucio in this rush composition, which is interesting. Going to be sticking on Brig, probably going to build to a rally.
Yeah, perhaps, we're taking a peek into the Gen crack pipe for a second here. You're on defense. Rotations don't need to be as big on the defense. If you acknowledge where you need to be fast enough, you get the Brig, and that's just so much more AoE healing in the fight. than the
Well, okay,
Lucio.
Shatter lays him out. That's a good Shatter. Finds a tank line and a cheeky. Pulse Bomb goes out, not able to find anything. Lamp out, window out. So many things are out right now. Okay, currently Rorschach going down as well with the Reinhardt going down in this rush composition is gonna make it so difficult to cap her. Almost impossible.
Rorschach going down on the attack. They've already gotten a pick here on the side of the Sharks, and unless clients can keep it completely clean, which they already have shown that they aren't doing because they've lost Mustard now as well, it's just over. It's 2
Lucio
CP,
down,
man. You're
Ryan
gonna get
down.
2 CP. It's over. It's over. You need to reset, get back. Don't feed us any ult charge if you can help it. And that's just a clean one fight from the Sharks. And like I was just in the middle of saying, the sustain from the Brig is significantly more than the Lucio in the extended fight, because not only do you have the Inspire, you have the armor packs, and you have the rally. And with that stagger, it's been like 3 whole minutes since the Sharks have been on the defense.
I like how it's a different... It's a different Diva player as well getting staggered. Both Focus and Rorschach have not... They're not letting...
tank player being staggered. Success rate.
You're on a sub in Hyper Knight mid-map for him to get staggered on Diva as well.
That's unfortunate for them.
What is an early window, and they're able to get a siren off of that one. That's big, and they have to walk out. They recognize that it's impossible to win, and they're just out already.
A key window fire strike straight into the clump of the rush comp of clients, and Siren doesn't lamp. He doesn't lamp. He gets clipped by the 200 damage fire strike and just is dead. And
yeah, he was not expecting that one at all, I think. He's just like, oh, I'll just walk in, it's fine. I'll just get behind the wall.
Perhaps expecting that he was already in front of it, or that they wouldn't hit the fire strike properly. But Robbie, just too good with that aim, bro. You can't dodge those.
Man, Farmer has been building this window so well. Okay, but they're going in main, and the window gets dropped. Beat already out. There's so much out, and they're instantly able to find Jen. But Rorschach goes down again, just under the high noon. And while it's looking pretty solid, they might be able to get a good recontest here. And this is prime getting 2 CP territory with your main tank down and your Diva out of mech.
Yeah, both of your tanks now on the side of clients, you can basically consider dead because there's no mech and there's no Ryan, and they've got a rally on the point.
Jen has rally, watch out. Oh, it's a good shatter from Robbie, actually. Be able to find recurve out. The Maze gone now, which is the biggest component to this rush composition, I think. It's a better shatter, maybe even, from Rorschach, able to lay down, but they're only able to get Robbie off of that one. And with Coconut going down, Jen's still alive, and a Siren falls. I think that was even the baby Diva falling.
Yeah, falling to baby Diva while her bomb was in the air. That is very unfortunate. And because of that, they used all their ults in that fight, clients. They wanted to win it right there. They've got nothing. Rico swaps to the Doomfist for a recontest, possibly not even necessary because there's still 20 seconds left. You could have stayed on the Mei, bro. But
I think he's just done. I think he's saying, I'm not playing the Mei character. We're playing Doom Rush. Deal with it. I'm getting a pick.
Potentially. They've got a couple of ults that they could get in an extended fight here, but... And, you know, good for the clients, they got like a tick and a half, but they really wanted that full cap right there, and because of that, they're coming in here at a huge disadvantage to the Sharks.
Yeah, no, okay, Focus has bomb as well. Rico's instantly dead, never mind, he's not getting that pick. I lied to you, Jen. Oh, it's a big self-destruct, Focus bomb. Okay, and able to, a pick onto Mustard, but I think they're able to get this one, actually. I finally want to be able to close it out.
No, okay.
On the back of, I said it, no Focus, no win. Off of the back of Focus's bomb, they're able to cap that.
Yeah, no Focus, no win. It gets 2 and the D-Mech, so effectively 3, a 3k on the bomb from Focus. Big impact from that off-tank player right then. And because of that, they're finally able to cap. It took them about 6 minutes, but they were finally only just able to cap.
And I remember that first fight on B, they got like 4 picks. So this, if the universe was just a little bit different, we would be looking at so much of a different time. Like it would be like 5 minutes, 30 seconds. But right now, if Sharks are able to full cap with more than a minute, they have to play for the draw.
It's like we were saying on Rialto. These teams, it's so close in the neutral. These individual picks from Coconut and AMAC on the other side, they decide these fights. You know, we can sit here and talk about ults and combos and game plans all day long. But at the end of the day, if Coconut shoots your head, that's a one fight for the clients most of the time. And it's just it's so cerebral how it's broken down. Like, these individual picks, these like 1v1s on the outskirts of each fight, they're so crucial to how this map is turning out, and this match as a whole, even.
Okay.
So I think it's got to come down to AMAC and Ashiki once again. They've been called, and they must answer. They need to bring up this Sharks DPS line and really take it to the clients once again.
Okay, never mind. Ishiki already falling. So maybe that call is gonna be on a bit of a snooze for 5 minutes. We're gonna want to see that bomb back in a bit.
And there's another caster curse from me. I talk about Ashiki having to do well, and he instantly dies. Sorry, Ashiki, I didn't mean it.
My bad. Also, what I want to point out now, they have this. Okay, never mind. They're going in. We're just going in. Farmer half HP, but still. They're just walking in. They're going up top here. I was gonna say they're gonna avoid Reeker's Forest spam, but Ishiki can't. Ishiki cannot avoid the Forest spam. He's simply attracted to it. The magnetic pull.
You'd want really Zazlak to be DMing that, but I think he was just run out of it because there's so much spam coming through already.
Siren just goes down again, and Rorschach as well, which is just a way bigger pick. I think even though Ishiki dies, the Ana is so much more of a high value pick. Reeker, however.
How does he die there? Where is he? He can die to the Winston.
I think it's just a positioning issue. It has to be.
It has to be. Why was he up there?
He's getting picked early in a lot of these fights, and crucial fights as well. I think you gotta play safer, man. Just
much safer. I'm assuming he was on that high ground. You know, some Anas like to play super far back and scope in to heal. But then when you see they're going up top left, you need to drop down. You need to go far, far away from there.
Yeah. Maybe he's just not getting the peel that he requires as well. It's maybe that's it. I can't really see right now, so not trying to blame here. But alright,
it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell.
It's quite a bit difficult to tell here. Okay, 2 stuns getting out. Okay, beat out from Sharks. Rorschach's monkey businessing around. Coconut already going to be falling. Farmer gets killed, and Reeker does not die in his barrage. Actually, was looking for that one. A Gen. Reeker taking out the backline here, but Siren falls again. It's a huge pick, but however, Sharks are not able to win this at all. There's no way they win this.
Like we saw from the Sharks defense, you get 1 pick, you get 2 picks on 2 CP, that's it. Your fight is over if you're the attackers, because you can't out-sustain that. You can't sit there with 4 when they're going to have 6 in, 5 seconds and expect to reasonably win that fight. Luckily for the Sharks, they only used a couple of ults there, so maybe they want to take a dry fight or 2 to really build that ult bank back up again. But if they wanted to invest here, they do still have an advantage over the clients. Just about. Only just.
Alright, Nano gonna go out here. I don't exactly see onto it. I think that's on Recurve actually. Just absolutely the pocket though. But however, your monkey falls there, and now your Mercy's dead to the bomb as well. And Recurve's not able to get a pick with that Nano. And now Recurve's dead, Osiren as well, and it's looking like Sharks are able to get this. They need to stall out really quick right now. It's gonna have to be an incredibly good recontest, or Sharks are looking at the biggest time back they can get right now.
Critically, they don't kill Focus as he remechs after that bomb, so he's still in mech.
The lamp's so good, and Recurve's able to get a kill. This is looking like they can maybe stabilize it. However, Sharks getting a tick, Reeker falling, and they have beat. They were able to build up that beat gen on the Lucio, and that's good. Gets them all like stabilized a bit onto the point. Able to take down Focus's mag, but they gotta start killing these targets, man. They're gonna come back. They're gonna keep coming back. Rorschach's on Ryan right now. Ishiki falls. The Siren's down, but gonna come back really quickly. Bomb not able to find anything from Zazlak, and I think clients are gonna be able to stabilize. Sharks are just not getting any picks.
The target focus just wasn't there from the side of the Sharks in that fight. I saw Robbie go in on the BAP, and then there was still like 5 other targets being shot by different people on the point, and it started so well for the Sharks. 5 picks in a row, 5 picks, almost a full team kill, and they don't win the fight off of it. They get a tick, but that's it.
That's really just not good. You know, you gotta have your target focus, and you gotta literally target focus. He was alive for so long there.
Quite
On
literally,
that-
target focus. There's a good one. Good one.
Yeah, it was able to live, get the lamp, and from there, yeah, it was basically done. But okay, new fight. Jen already has another beat for this fight. So does Mustard. Early window. See if they're able to find anything with that. Not looking likely. Sazla's gonna be DMing all of that. They're in left side here, gonna be safe for spam for a bit. Farmer has nano, and now they have a beat.
Siren does use the window. They tried to window fire strike just like the Sharks did to them, but now the nano comes in on the other.
Nano onto Diva instead of Ryan is actually interesting. Beats out, so they're able to the counter beats goes out as well, and the bomb. It's not able to find anything. They're able to aggress with this beat really well. Able to find AMAC. It's actually a trade as well with the bomb. Robbie finds Coconut, but Zazlag and Farmer going down. It's gonna spell the end of this push for the Sharks. There's no way they win this now.
I don't half wonder if that was maybe a fat finger from Farmer, because surely in a rush versus rush, you want to nano the Rhine so he can just swing away and do all that cleave damage onto the opponent rush team. But they nano the Diva, and I'm sure Zazlag gets a bit of work done with it because he's a pretty good Diva player. I'm not sure he didn't waste it, but I think you really want that on Robbie.
Might have been just a case of, small room, you're trying to throw it out, and I just, the little step to the left of your Diva or whatever, and your target focus.
Exactly. Probably something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that could have been it.
Unfortunate. That could have definitely been a win for the Sharks, especially because even as they nano Diva, it's still like an even fight. You pick here and there on both sides. But coming in here, 3 ults.
Oh, Shatter finds Jen, and we could have instantly onto that like a hunting hound, just instantly into the backline, diving in. Coconut able to get Farmer. Rorschach finds Robbie. It's done.
He's the fastest Doomfist in the world, and he's just showing us why right there. Instantly, he follows up on the shatter from Rorschach. Robbie uses his in the mid-fight, even after they've lost a couple. I don't know if I agree with that one. That's an NA special right there.
And now you're walking into Pulse Bomb, beat,
and
window.
you've got 30 seconds. This is the final fight.
It's gonna have to be an incredible bomb or high noon if Sharks want to cap, and if they cap now, it's going to the second rounds.
It's been so sloppy from the Sharks. I think the clients just take it here, unless Rico.
Oh, Rico just jumps in. The fastest Doomfist in the West hits a speed bomb apparently. Going over the limit, gets pulled over. A Siren gets picked, and now the bomb has to be good. AMAC finds a Siren, beats out, able to get him alive for a little bit. Shiki falling, with so do Coconut, Mustard, and Rorschach on the side of clients. They have to get this target focus right now. Just target focus, literally. Get him down.
So long.
Okay, the window goes out, but Osiren is not able to get anything done with it. Are they gonna be able to cap? I think we're gonna be sent to second rounds here.
Recontest.
Oh, he had such a massive advantage there for clients. I don't see. I think if Regrove doesn't hit the speed bomb there and just hit his head against 6 people, it's maybe you have a better shot. Maybe a bit of hubris.
If the recurve Doomfist isn't the fastest Doomfist in the West, maybe he wants to be a little bit slower next time, and then they possibly win that fight. But
yeah,
it falls apart for the clients. They don't have their second DPS. There's no damage coming out from the clients onto the Sharks rush, so they're not scared to fully go in, which is what you want to be doing on rush anyway. But given that confidence definitely helps from the side of the Sharks, knowing that there's no Doomfist who's going to insta kill one of you. And it's an even second round, even time banks, 1 minute each because they're both capped in overtime. Interesting, the clients on the attack here, and the first time they were on the attack, Coconut on that Widowmaker got a couple of picks and just won that fight. The Sharks need to be wary of that. They need to keep doing these adaptations like they've been doing very well, to their credit. They need to say, okay, last time we peaked a Widow. He's like High Grandmaster. Maybe we don't peak the High Grandmaster Widow.
Yeah,
maybe we don't do that.
maybe we don't peak the best, like the greatest hits kind of bracket right now, huh? Maybe what about that one? But maybe peak him though, because I do like seeing Widow headshots. Just a little peek as a treat for the casters.
Yeah, peak for us, but not for you. God, not for you. You don't want to peak him if you're the Sharks.
No. We're holding up on the high ground.
They've taken that advice because they're sort of cozied up here in the top right.
And Robbie is not that cozy anymore, in the grave right now. 6 foot down, really not comfortable right now, dead. So focus drops low, not gonna be able to fight. They're gonna be able to get that DMAC. With your Winston down, you're gonna have to play it a bit slower. Robbie's gonna be able to come back though. So they can still win this, but now Coconut's been able to be... Oh, Coconut's now set up on the high ground. Ishiki's able to find Mustard though.
It's definitely winnable now because Robbie is back.
Robbie is back, but I think with Coconut, the free reign on this high ground... Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See that pick on the gen already? The big anti on the client's tanks actually
Both
makes
the tanks
it...
and the clients are down.
Okay, Osiren's so low. Osiren, you gotta live, man.
He's down. Osiren is down. And the pulse bomb gets wasted, gets nothing, it's over.
It's done, actually. Oh, the sleep on the Coconut. You see? Jesus, Farmer, that was so long range. Oh my lord, I saw that out of the corner of my eye.
It was a sleep onto Coconut just then, and that was another sleep in the mid-fight. Farmer really bringing it out on the side of the Sharks right now.
Yeah, this is the battle of the best. The best Widow and Pharah versus the best Ana and Ball in BPL, huh?
And now, 61%. That's all the clients were able to get. Even after a first pick onto Robbie on a 2CPA, they were not able to clean up the attack. They get 60%.
Yeah, Jen as well.
Yeah, Jen. Yeah.
Coco working his magic, but it's not enough.
It's not enough.
Shark had a bit of a rough offense, and now have 1 minute. I've seen this one before.
Yeah. We all said that at the start of Rialto, and look how that one went. So they've got 1 minute for one magical push here on the side of the Sharks. If they can beat 61% on the point, they will defeat the clients 2-0 and advance in the bracket. And that, I think, would be an upset for most people. Because if anything, we'd think the clients were the favourites. Granted, everybody thinks this is going to be a pretty close match, and it has been for sure. Even if it's a 2-0, these maps have been down to the wire both times.
Yeah, very much. And now you're playing for a draw, and it kind of reminds me of that week 2 way back against Drip Difference for clients, where they lost first map, and if they get a draw here... Oh wait, actually no, never mind.
It's not drawable.
It is not drawable. Disregard what I was saying. I am not very smart.
Somebody will win on this push.
There will be a winner on a 2CP map. This is news. Call the press right now. Oh, big sleep once again. Continuing, we're talking about the sleeps at the end of that last round. Instantly gets the one onto Mustard, not able to get anything with it though. The anti is good, able to find Ishiki and Jen off of that one, and though Coco falls, clients are going to be able to comfortably...
Siren falls once again.
Oh no,
so they can only res one target. They have to choose to res Coconut or a Siren.
Well... That's, yeah, okay, Farmer goes down. I know Sharks were not able to get out. This is one big fight now instead of 2 small ones.
Oh yeah,
and with Jen falling...
This is it for the Sharks.
Okay, so that's like finds Mustard, and Osiren's going to be back on Lucio. So the sustain, there is no sustain. So maybe there's something that's going to be able to get done.
And no,
but it's not looking likely.
Are able to hold, and we are going to a map 3, ladies and gentlemen. This match has absolutely delivered as a very, very entertaining match to watch so far.
Yeah. That was, I don't know, maybe you, for Sharks, you go out a bit earlier there at that fight. You just stay with I and we take one final quick fight.
Yeah, the Sharks, their approach for that first point was good when they had 4 minutes to do it. You know, they take this long rotation around the top right, and then they sort of collapse onto the enemy team, their squishy backline, and that would work if you had time, but you only had 1 minute to make it work that time, and it didn't work. So you fall apart, and the clients, they're able to bring it back because of that. So it's unfortunate. I think maybe in like an ideal situation like that, you'd lock the rush and just get 2 quick fights in, you know, int the first time, build up some ults if you can, and then come in for a last fight where you potentially could win it. It's hard to say because this match is so back and forth and so based on just these individual 1v1s on the side of the fights. It is crazy already, and there's still another map to go.
It's crazy. For the rush, I think they were just scared of Coconut's Widow and Resurge's Pharah able to pick them off, and with 1 minute, a single pick could decide an entire round, so I think they were a bit scared. So they wanted to have the dive tanks there to pressure Coco.
Yeah, it's easy to see the plan coming out from the side of the Sharks, and like I said, it's a good game plan, just maybe not the ideal situation for it because it was such a stringent time bank. 1 minute, especially on Anubis, that's no time at all. You get, like we saw, one detailed push out of that, or two if you're really scrappy with it, like in a rush or a brawl comp or something. But because of that, the clients get to pull it back, and now it's map 3. We haven't seen what map it is. I think it looks like it's going to be Busan as a third map. Very good Farah map, potentially, again.
Yeah, besides Mecha Base, what I'm actually looking at is Coconut, because I think both of those other points that are on Mecha Base are really good for Widow, actually.
Yeah, also true. Potentially a very good map for the clients. But it's worth pointing out now that because it's the third map, the Sharks can bring in their A team. Jen is back on tank, Emmy is back in on the main support, and we've got Garden back in on DPS.
Ooh.
So if he can bring in that magic once again, like we saw in Rialto, it's definitely still winnable for the Sharks, and it has been this whole time.
Yeah, it's really both A-Limes coming up again, and focus is out, because focus equals win. No focus equals dislike. If people could dislike Twitch streams, we'd be the most disliked one on Twitch right now, just for no focus right now.
Yeah, so they sub Focus out, which seems unfortunate. I thought Focus was doing some serious work that last map. Got the 3k bomb on their attack that really let them push it through, and then that sustain on their first defense to really drain the time bank of the Sharks. It seems odd that they would sub him out, but perhaps this is just what they've been practicing with on Koth, just the Hyper Knight Rorschach combo.
Yeah.
Maybe this is their preferred, brawl comp tank line, and
Definitely.
perhaps that's what they want to run here. It looks like Recurve isn't even going to the Farah on this map. Or the Widow, like we were talking about.
Yeah, neither is Coconut going over to Widow, so both of our saying that these are good for clients DPS don't matter anymore because it's not happening.
Because it's just a rush comp. It's a rush comp. I presume Recurve is not the mate. He's on the Doomfist. He really is just not playing main anymore. But the Sharks, they've come out here with their Bull Diva comp again, like we saw in Rialto, with Farmer on the Zen this time. We were talking up his Ana. He has a very good Ana. He also has a very good Zen. So if they can make use of this Discord orb, it's definitely still a very good composition for the Sharks. And I cursed him again.
And died. Maybe not. Maybe just not say a player is going to pop off. What about that one?
Yeah, I should just never say a player's name because
just say everyone's going to pop off. Just say everyone. Everyone's going to do very well this next fight.
Everyone will equally pop off.
Maybe we'll see the fabled 12-man death, right? 12 men just dying.
So
that'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, because of that, I curse Farmer and he instantly dies. That's a shame. Clients come in with their rush comp and just bowl over the Sharks. There's nobody there that can take down these huge tanks on the front line. You want to get that Discord on them and say, okay, shoot at Ryan because he just dies because of that damage boost. Yeah, I'm very smart. Listen to me analyzing. But because there is none of that, because he dies, that's just a one fight for the clients.
Yeah, okay, good one from Garden, able to take down Coconut. I mean, without Coconut on the field, no one's there really to stop Garden. I mean, who's gonna do it? Roar on this Diva is not the most reliable with the Mercy Pocket. And really, you're gonna, a Siren is your hit scan then? I mean, Recurve's not doing anything, so Garden's able to just roam free. That's not a knock against him, just the Doomfist against Echo matchup is not really a good one in any universe, any timeline.
Yeah, because Osiren, like you were saying, he is the hit scan, but he also dies instantly in that fight. They go into that fight with 2 dead. Coconut and Osiren fall immediately to Garden, and that is just an easy one fight for the Sharks. Didn't even have to invest any ultimates whatsoever. So they come in here with nearly a full 6 bank. They're just missing the Valk and a little bit of bomb, but other than that,
this dragon.
It's whole fight.
That was a pretty good dragon split the team. They're not able, they can't follow up though. And Garden already has this copy, which is crazy by the way, because he outspent most of clients actually. We're just still on 1 comp. Coconut able to find Zazlak using the Deadeye, which is nice, and Farmer as well falling. So the copy was quick, but not a lot found off of it.
Yep. Critically bad. Critically bad. So it's good cleanup from the clients, but critically for that fight, Zazlak gets demeched straight away. And because of that, there's no DM for the McCree shots. For the window shots from BAP, there's just nothing to protect them from. Even like a window fire strike. None of these fire strikes are getting DM'd when you're out of X, so that's just free firing from the side of the clients. And like we've said, that is their strong point when they get to utilize this raw aim on the side of Coconut. That is how they win. That is how they win these fights, and now they're already up to like 60% on the point, 60-70%.
Okay, bomb out hits the pillar. Actually, I don't think that one was intended, but still able to find Rorschach. Maybe was actually the 5 at play, using the pillar to some momentum. Garden finds Recurve, and though Gen goes down, it's looking pretty. The momentum's looking pretty favorable in front of Sharks. They need to turn this aggression, just go in right now. But
How does Hyper Knight live there? How does Hyper Knight live?
I don't know how the Rhine.
That is
okay,
incredible.
a Siren falling, and so does Coconut, but Recurve's back again. His fastest.
It doesn't matter. It's over. It's overtime
Yeah.
now, and it's only Gen on the point. It's a 1 point.
Come on, Jen, the best ball in BPL.
ball in
Start by
BPL.
touching the point. Yeah.
Cannot coggers. He cannot coggers. But yeah, just that is so unfortunate. So unfortunate for the side of.
Yeah, that was rough.
It was very.
I mean, Hyper Knight just lives there, and that's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
Not only does Hyper Knight just live with a Discord on him on 1 health and with like 100 HP on shield, but because they lose Gen, he goes in completely on his own. There's no backup. And it looks like this might be the end of the Sharks' flawless 7-0 control map bracket. Also, how have Sharks played 7 control maps when they were only tiebreakers in the regular season? That is ridiculous.
Yeah, that is sort of crazy, actually. But maybe the Philadelphia Fusion of BPL is going to map 5 against every team, a map 3.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it. But will they be stopped here? Will their record of perfect control maps be stopped here? It looks like it, because they've already been so pressured out by the side of Clans here in this first fight.
Yeah, okay, both lamps are for both teams. And actually, I want to... Recurve is on May. He has passed... The Doomfist is gone. The fastest Doomfist in the West has left. And it's now the May. Maybe finally taking off the training way, saying maybe we do need a May character. And Gen falling. So...
He says, but then AMAC has swapped to the Doomfist.
Yeah, wait a minute, what is this?
They've just swapped heroes. Recurve, he's the fastest Doomfist in the West. He come in and he's convinced the Sharks that actually Doomfist is better in Rush than May. You should play it yourselves and find out. And it goes about as well as you think.
Have I just watched 2 maps of Overwatch comp gaslighting? Is this bigger strategy?
Basically.
The gaslighted Sharks for 2 maps, so the playing... Dude, is this a master plan? And that's a window. That sure is a decorative, nice window. Not able to find anything off of that one.
Well, it forces the Sharks to go right instead, but that's fine for the Sharks, I think. The Blizzard comes in for the Clans, and they're just completely fine with anything the Sharks were trying to do there. Unfortunately, it is an ult investment from the Clans, a huge one. 4 ults go down. Window and Blizzard, like we saw, the big glowy ones, but then also Shatter and High Noon get dropped in the meantime. And while the Sharks do use Diva Bomb, they don't use anything else except Diva Bomb and Doomfist Up, but Doomfist Up barely even counts.
Yeah, AMAC was able to find 2 picks there, but still, it's not justifying Amy going down a bomb already, as well as that, like Mac Jan falls. Just get off Doom. Do not believe his lies. He's deceiving you. He's not a good hero.
He almost gets Hyper Knight. That would have been a huge pick if he could get it. But as it is, the Clans are 60% up, with ults coming up, and the Sharks have absolutely nothing. And now AMAC switches to a Hanzo, of all things, where he's not going to get a dragon, I don't think. There's no way he's going to have enough space to get a dragon.
He has to click an incredible amount of heads. Window, get out, that's so big. Oh my god. Hyper Knight just melted in front of that window. He is deceased.
He gets flashbanged in front of the window and just taken out. And that is going to be the opportunity for the Sharks, if there's ever going to be one, for them to come in here.
Okay, the beats from both teams are used. Coconut finds Zazlek's Mac. Zazlek's been getting actually picked quite a bit actually out of Mac. Ooh, it's a nice shatter from returning Hyper Knight to the fight. And Milled on top, I think this is going to be Klein's win.
Yeah, I would agree. There are some like little bits of stall coming out here from Emmy on the Lucio, Zazlek on the Diva, but it's just individual heroes just trying to stall for as long as they can. I think it's over for the Sharks here. I can't speak too soon. Maybe I'm cursing them again, but
perhaps. No. But for Farmer going down, even though Gavin falls, I find it hard to see a future where Sharks moves on to the second round of winners.
Yeah, now it's over. Surely it's on. Oh, right there it is. And the Clients take it 2-1 after a very hard-fought fight from from the Sharks. It's so hard fought, but the clients they bring it in with the reverse sweep. They take the last 2 maps of the series and they say, you know, we flubbed a little bit on Rialto, but we are the better team and we're going to prove that right now. And they take it in style.
Probably, maybe just not their map, but they looked pretty confident here on Busan, especially. I'm kind of questioning, because that was Sharks' map pick as well, really dominant, and that's gonna send Sharks down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, so the upper bracket run is already over for the Sharks. Possibly something we've foreseen, because everybody, I think most people would have said that the clients were the favourites coming into this match. It looked very good for the Sharks. They were able to put up such a very good fight, but because they just fall short at the last hurdle, they drop down to the lower bracket, and now they are at risk of being eliminated. One more match loss, and they're gone.
Yeah, definitely, and whoever is... I don't know which team will be facing the Sharks, but I think you gotta be sweating a little bit after that incredible performance still. Even though they lost, they looked very deadly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Whoever in the lower bracket has to go against the Sharks has their work cut out for them right now, because the Sharks, there was a couple of mistakes here and there, you know, a little bit getting caught, getting split off, even in a comp where you want to be split off, which was a bit odd. But either way, if they can shore up those little mistakes by, I think tomorrow is when they'd have to play, so that's unfortunate for them. No breaks, you're coming right back in, Sharks. They've got to come in and they've got to show that they can be one of the better teams in this league. Because if they go down to the lower bracket and then lose again and just go straight out, it will be such an unfortunate and disappointing end to their season where they've looked so strong.
Yeah, I think Jen will be doing everything in his power to go on this crazy lower bracket run. And I actually, out of all the teams, I think Sharks are one of the teams that I can 100% see making such an incredible run. We've seen it not only in Overwatch League with the San Francisco Shock in Season 2, but in previous community tournaments as well with Frogo Mode, actually, who also lost their first game of the bracket, but were able to make it through the lower bracket to Grand Finals without a loss then. And maybe Sharks can recreate some of that magic.
Yeah, there's definitely potential for a lower bracket run. I don't want to spell doom and gloom for the Sharks yet, because it's definitely not over. And if they play like they did today, I could see them definitely getting at least towards, you know, losers finals. If not full finals, potentially. It depends who they meet in the lower bracket, I suppose. But it's so competitive at the top half of this league. Just any team could beat any team, as we saw in these maps. It was down to the wire the whole time for the first 2 maps. Third map, a little bit of a stomp. Clients,
Yeah, a little bit.
They've proven they're very good on control maps of the clients. They had to play 2 of them against Drip Difference, for example, and just won both. But it's such a good match. It delivered so well, so much montage material. Editors,
yeah,
you're welcome.
My god.
You're welcome, editors. Make some montages out of just that match. That would be crazy.
Yeah, thank you, whoever decided it was going to be such a banger, because I'm very happy that we got this one. It was a treat. It was so great, and that will be it for us actually for this week. So glad that you in chat could join us as well. I hope you enjoyed our casting.
Yeah. So this is just about it from me and Odyssey. We are going to throw you to an interview with Bo.
Hello, thank you so much, everybody. What a wonderful match we had. So, really, really close. I'm here with Recurve, Rorschach, and Hyper Knight. Wow, what a fantastic match. So, the first question I wanted to ask you, in this match where it was really back and forth, in those deciding moments, what do you think gave clients the advantage?
Back and forth?
Yeah.
Well, we lost map 1. Not a good map for me on Farah, I guess. Not really my best play. But I don't think we lose Koth. That team is not good.
Well,
that was
maybe not Koth. That was a little bit of a beatdown. But
somewhat of a
throughout
beatdown.
the course of the match, we saw a lot of teams, the teams being like, you play at my tempo or you get out. So how would you say you set the tempo throughout the game?
Yeah, honestly, I think the client's biggest enemy have always been ourselves. I think that when it comes down to it, like pound to pound with most other teams, we win at every single roll. So it's when we slow down and let the other team dictate the tempo that we're not really able to showcase our full ability. So I think on Temple of Anubis, especially on Busan, we were playing at our tempo, we were just playing fast. I think we were winning the individual skill matchups as well as the team play. I feel like that was really the dividing factor between the overtime Rialto rounds and the rest of the match.
I think it was Gen on support. That guy is not good. I don't know what he was. I don't know what the hell that was. That guy is. Oh my god. Who put that guy in the lobby? Get him out. Get him out now.
That's actually a really good transition for my next question. On both sides, you see really unorthodox picks. You see ball being played a lot. Certain players being on completely different roles. You yourself, Recurve, bringing out the Doomfist. And they're not so much unorthodox to Rush, but they're adjunct to Rush. They're supplements. What are you looking for when you switch to those picks, and what are you looking to expose on the Sharks side?
I mean, for most of it, like, we came in, we knew that they weren't going to mirror us, because certain players tried to mirror me on the Pharah in some situations. It didn't go so well. We knew they weren't going to mirror us. Jen only plays ball. Figured their comp. I know Roar and Hyper are both better at Rhine than Jen is. So on every map that we could, that one was just kind of a freebie. But we came into this I think we scrimmed like once or something, and that was kind of light work, especially on Koth. Twice, sorry, my bad, including the warm up. More playing for the next game than anything. These guys are in and out of my head pretty fast, I'd say.
We don't know that next opponent, but looking at those games, who would you say you would want to go up against?
Give me SYS right now. I want to put that kid in the ground. I want to put Hayden on a plank and send him down the river. I don't care. I want that kid out of this league immediately. Get him out right now.
Okay. We got ourselves some hostile words. Well, thank you so much for joining me for this post-match interview. Our next game, Resurge versus Majesty, is coming up soon. Don't go anywhere.
welcome to the BPL Season 2 playoffs. We're back here with another really amazing match. We got Resurge and we got Majesty. Who's gonna be the kingmakers here? Resurge, you know them, you love them. They're the number 1 seed coming in. Majesty, number 11. They're the underdogs, and they're gonna need to turn around a lot of expectations if they want to step to the king. They better not miss. I am K-Wing, and I'm here with Salsa. Salsa, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. And I think this will be a really interesting matchup. I mean, I think it's always a match with the number 1 seed is always going to be good. And I mean, I don't think it's a thing to say it's just an underdog matchup. It's a little cutting it a little bit closer than it maybe should be. Resurge is lost, I think, 1 map the entire league. And so this will be a very impressive upset if Majesty can pull it off. I think it's feasible. I think it's something that could happen. Is it likely to? I don't think so. But based on their play last week in their group stage, it'll be interesting to see. Speaking of their group stage, something that'll be interesting is that if Majesty are to lose this game, they'll be playing Punk X Passion in the losers bracket in their round 1. And that's the team that they beat to get into this winner's quarters matchup.
Yeah, that would be a pretty brutal reality for Punk X Passion if they got dropped to the losers bracket by Majesty, and then they come into the losers bracket and they say, all right, who are we gonna be facing? And it's Majesty again. That would be a brutal reality if you just got double jeopardy there. Bonked down to the losers bracket and bonked out of the tournament by the same team. But of course, things happen and things change. So with this match, and it's not even a guarantee that Majesty are going to lose this. They're definitely not favorites, as we've definitely said before. But crazier things have happened in playoffs. Majesty can definitely, all the chips are on the table here. There's no, it's go big or go home. It's not an elimination, but it's important to both these teams to keep in the winner's bracket and keep that line of defense between them and elimination.
Absolutely. I mean, I think one thing that's also kind of going not necessarily the most in favor for Majesty is that because of how our bracket system works, we're not playing the winner's semis games until next week. So Resurge has had this whole week to prepare for this one game, and that's it. So it's not like a lot of maybe some in the Overwatch League, a team that would expect to play another team and then bust her out to a worse team because they didn't put as much time into preparation. Unfortunately, they're not going to get that kind of reprieve. They're going to have to play it out hard today. But I think they have the talent on the team to be able to do it.
I completely agree with you. I think that there is a lot of talent on these teams, and I think all these players on the 2 rosters. I will note that there is one notable name change. You have Donk, whose name is in game Joe Bidonk. Just for your information. Thank you.
So we'll be hopping into Escort as our first map pick. I believe that it looks like it's going to be Dorado. I believe that's the map. What is your opinion on Dorado for these 2 teams, for what you've seen across the league?
I mean, Dorado is a very interesting it's a very interesting control map. It's not a control map. That was a great way to start that sentence. So it's a very interesting map. It's very conducive to some dive on second point especially. It's very conducive to a lot of different strategies, but I think you can get some good dive. There's a lot of good high ground positions, and it's up to these teams to kind of pick their poison. Teams on a lot of different things. We've had some meta shifts throughout, and I think it's going to be the team that can figure out what the other team's going to be doing and kind of defeat that.
Definitely, and obviously, this map pick was from Resurge, so they think that they can outplay Majesty in whatever composition they want to run on that defense, which is kind of important here. We'll be almost ready. I think we're just waiting for a couple players. And we'll be starting in just a moment. But yeah, I think I do agree with you that Dorado, you could do a whole lot of things, make it very interesting. And it really depends on what style of team like you have as we get into game here. And I feel like as we start to see some of the teams like come out of spawn and we get to see their compositions, it'll be a lot more interesting to see kind of what their game plan is. Obviously, Majesty's a little harder to see because they're going to be attacking first, so they can just chill and spawn, do whatever they want. Resurge, we see the dive composition coming out of the gates, and I mean, it's a strong composition on Dorado. At least for first point, I think. I think it's just really you have to make sure that they don't get past the archway. If you get past the archway, the dive composition, I think its effectiveness drops down a bit than if it's held before then. There's a lot more open spaces to get your dives in and kind of play around the geometry of the map.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if they can do this here starting off already. That sticky bomb is just going to come from Drakey, and Drakey will get a massive amount of ult share from that already at 30%. That's just incredible play. And Drakey's going to get some sticky bombs onto the Discord to target. The Luminous and Drakey just working together like a well-oiled machine. And Yamax is going to go down already. Not a good spot for the attacker. He's pretty close for this dive to come in, and this Echo is just Drakey's playing so aggressively on this Echo, but it's paying off already 3/4 of the way to that ult, and it's climbing and climbing. Discount ML7 can only see, well, I was gonna say was trailing, but now Drakey's going to fall to Mac tackle the Roadhog, and Star will soon fall. Now Joe Bidonk also going to fall, and there you go. Very quickly, that first attack is going to be broken.
Yeah, I mean, this is just it was a pretty solid defense from Resurge in that first little bit, but Majesty has the faster respawns, and Resurge is more scattered, so they just get to keep moving this cart forward, and now they're about to take point A.
That they are, and Resurge, they really need to come onto this fight, or they're just barely actually going to get onto the cart there. Very close here. They need to stick it to this cart like glue, but it's hard to do that when Mac tackles bringing the whole hog. Drakey will try to copy, but it'll just get deleted immediately. A few ultimates will come out from them. I think that was something like 3 or 4, or maybe even 5. But they will take first point.
Majesty used all their ultimates. 5 out of 6 of them pressed Q. Meanwhile, Resurge, they toss in 3 kind of to respond to them. They lose the fight. I think it's like, obviously progress is bad for the defense, but in the long term when it comes to ultimates, Resurge still is going to have quite a bit of an ultimate advantage going forward. They'll probably get a hold pretty soon. But this Gravitic Flux could change things pretty drastically if some people commit ultimates and then they get caught up by the Gravitic Flux.
Oh, or if that happens, already Psy going to go down. Drakey will go down, but not before they find another pick onto Yamax. And Mac Tackle is going to go down as well. The Diva will find that pick, and it's just, they didn't even have to commit ults to it. Resurge, they're just that good, honestly. Majesty still has control of the cart, and they're still going to keep it moving, but a lost fight, but the cart's still going to keep moving. Here comes the Diva Bomb. It's just barely going to get stopped by that shield. Here comes the Pulse Bomb from Supportive. Going to go down, but I'm not going to catch some Mac Tackle, but so is Asai going to catch some Drakey. Supportive will fall, losing that. Supportive is actually going to win the Tracer 1v1 and get discount ML7. Buy one, get one free, I guess. And Resurge, they will take first point. They're gonna hold here.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, it's just a solid defense. They get the picks that they need, and they can just maintain that their hold. Majesty comes in though with 5 ultimates, and Resurge is lucky to have 2 if they can get Luminous up enough to get the trance. Which here comes a high noon because you make space.
Oh, a bit of flux. It's gonna look true in the air, and Store and Drakey are gonna find themselves in that Clint Eastwood good, bad, and the ugly music. Wow, wow, wow. And they'll fall.
Yeah, I mean, just a great combo from Majesty to... Oh, we see a pulse bomb getting, okay. Otherwise, good combo. Just makes their 2 biggest pieces just get picked off, and they can win the fight from there.
Oh, the Rhydon's ultimate is actually gonna find a pick on the Brig. The bomb won't find anything support. It's gonna go low, has that pulse bomb. That pulse bomb is an ultimate that can really change a fight. It can get everything or nothing. We've all seen gigantic 5k or 6k pulse bombs, but it can also just get nothing. Luminous is going to get revived, and Resurge, they're gonna hold, and Majesty, they're in a bit of dire straits here.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's really acceptable to have Pirate Spy die to bombs. That was like, the bombs did not make a lot of space. Like, it didn't really cover the cart at all because it was over the archway there. And you know, somehow Pirate Spy dies, and I don't know if that I don't understand how that happened. I didn't see it, and I mean, last time I saw Pirate Spy on the ground doing Brigitte things, and just gets picked off and contributes to lost fight.
Definitely the Transcendence going to come in, negate Mac Tackle's whole hog. Drakey will copy the McCree. Going to get a lot of ult charge, but the fight's going the way of Majesty, but it is not over at all in the slightest. First fight going to go down, and it's just a complete nonsense in the kill feed. And an even fight, but the card will move. Mercy very, very low. Their Store will get healed up, and that might seal it off. That could seal it off. The Valkyrie will come in from Store. The Luminous will go down, but so will Storm. Tackles are going to come in as well. The Diva Resurge just having so much luck with this composition. GT Wannabe going to commit the ult, not gonna find much of anything from it. Here comes the high noon from Yamax, but it might not even be needed as all the kill feed is Majesty at team kill for them.
Yeah, just great play for Majesty. It really is going to depend though on how well they can hold this, or how well they can push through this pretty brutal 3rd point. They have pretty equal ultimates from Resurge and Majesty, so it's really just going to be the way that they want to hold, that Resurge wants to hold this, and how does Majesty play around it.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're on the defense, you have that opportunity to choose your attacks, but Majesty are doing pretty well coming in on this attack. It's gonna be even, and the spawn's pretty even in terms of distance, so I wouldn't say one team has much of an advantage. Mac Tackle is gonna try and take down Drakey, will eventually trade, but Majesty will be forced to pull back.
I mean, 30 seconds left roughly, and we see a swap coming in for Majesty. Storm swapped over to Ashe, and I mean, it's not really the wisest choice because of how little time there is, but I think they really just want to play for picks at this point. Just get one pick, keep this cart rolling, and try to finish this map. And the bombs from Mac Tackle should be useful for this as well.
That it should be. Here it comes. ML7 going to find Dunk, but Storm will find themselves in that Peacekeeper from Drakey, but the time is ticking down. And if this aggression from Store comes in enough, they might just not even get the touch. They will get the touch to start overtime, but there's just nothing there. Drakey's gonna pick up a triple kill on his way out the door, and Resurge, they know what they need to do to get this first map.
I mean, I think it's a pretty good push for Majesty. sometimes they got held in kind of weird spots, but ultimately they got getting pushed through. Just again, 0.3 is really difficult to push, especially with only 90 seconds. I think it'll be interesting to see if Resurge want to change up their dive composition for the attack, or if they want to continue with it. Because I don't think Majesty can run the same composition that they were running on attack on defense here. I just don't think it holds enough space that you can actually hold the cart on a defensive position. You definitely could do it on the attack, but I'm not sure about the defense. Actually, the ball, I think it might actually. I was thinking of the hog initially, which is what they ran out in the beginning of point A, but with the ball, I think it might be possible. What's your opinion?
No, I mean, the ball diva dive is very, very interesting. But versus a ball sigma is a very interesting composition. To me, it just feels like complete polar opposites. I feel like Sigma wants to stay Sigma lends himself very well to that bunker kind of composition, and Wrecking Ball lends itself to very much like a very divey attacking sort of composition. So we'll have to see if they try and make Sigma more of a dive-ish character, or if they try and make Wrecking Ball a more bunker character. I don't think they'll try and make Wrecking Ball a bunker character, but I definitely think that it's an interesting composition in my opinion. Already just so much pressure coming out from Resurge, but they're going to get taken down early, and here comes Yamik, going to get so much damage, going to get burned down but they have a focus beam. Drakey going to take down, and with some closer spawns and that resurrection, already the shoe is on the other foot, and Resurge are going to have this aggression to push through the archway. Tracer, Storm trying to get something going, but just gonna get dived on top of and just have no option but to try and recall out and escape. Will do that, but now this echo from Drakey has just been really damaging, just getting so much ult charge. Drakey going to get another kill onto GT Wannabe, and already this card has pushed through the archway, so Resurge is not at that disadvantage that you would normally be at fighting in an archway. But the Tracer, again, Storm is just barely going to take out Illuminous, but immediately gets revived. Store going to come in, and now it's going to be try and stall out for Majesty. The High Noon will come in, and they're just barely going to get the stall, but it's only one kill from Mag Attack before there's just so many from Drakey off of that Sigma copy.
No, yeah, I mean, that was one fight. Like, really just one fight that was prolonged for the entire length of point A. And I think, I mean, it's interesting, because Majesty, like, again, Majesty started to win that fight, but like I said earlier, they didn't have a great way to pressure the cart. So Resurge can just hold the cart, get a pick or two, and at that point, just let the cart roll. And that's what I think this composition is going to struggle with. And we already see a swap over to Sombra to just try to be able to win a fight totally before you even have to have that problem happen again.
The Sombra is an interesting pick because it's going to be there to bully Illuminous, and there it is. Illuminous already going to go down, losing that Discord orb from Resurge, but it's just going to get revived. Store has just been on point with these resurrections today, and there goes Discount ML7, and GT Wannabe's going to follow. Mac Tackle's got discorded. It's going to get chunked down. Drakey's just been on.
Yeah. I mean, Store being able to cover Luminous and get the reses whenever needed is so important, honestly. Having the Discord orb on the map at all is just so key for being able to win fights. And basically having Illuminous constantly up, being able to use the Discord orb is so important.
I can't even finish my sentence. We can't even finish a thought before Resurge just pushes in and absolutely demolishes Majesty. They're getting closer and closer to that victory box, and they have 4.5 minutes on the clock. Oh, and there goes Pirate Spy as well, just for funsies.
Yeah, I mean, you have about 50 meters or so to go if you're Resurge, and you have 4 minutes to do it. point 3 is hard to push through. It's not that hard to push through. Majesty needs some heroics here from somebody to really get a solid win here.
We'll have to see if they can do it. GT1B does have this ultimate that could go online. Oh no, but the EMP Storm is going to die with 2% to that crucial ultimate, which could just be absolutely devastating for Majesty. Mac Tackle's gonna lose. Gonna die with the ult. Supportive will take down Pirate Spy, and there's just nothing GT Wannabe can do. The EMP is gonna come in. It'll get 4. It's gonna be massive, but there's just no one to follow up on it. They'll try Majesty to stall it out, but they cannot stop the inevitable. Resurge. They're on a match point, and they've got their first map.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only time Illuminous got killed in that entire map, except and got res on their attack, was at the very end there, like right at the last little bit when they were gonna win the game anyways. It's brutal. And I mean, that's just kind of some of the small little timing things about Overwatch. Getting picked when you're at 99 to ult, when if you keep your ult, you win the game, is just part of it, and really rough for Majesty here. We'll be going to 2CP next, and I think if you're playing this kind of brawly composition that Majesty's trying to run, where would you want to go?
I feel like if I was trying to run a more brawl composition, I feel like I would try and go to a map like Hanamura. Hanamura is definitely, I'm called the most conducive to brawl. Temple's not exactly amazing for brawl. It's got that high ground that you really can't take advantage of. I'm trying to think of the other TCP maps. Volskaya could be good. So I'm thinking maybe either Volskaya or Hanamura.
I mean, yeah, generally speaking, 2CP is already a pretty bad map type for a brawl composition. You usually want to rush in there or dive. You don't really want to be just having a long fight that you win through attrition. That's not what you want to do. Because 2CP already does that. So if you're trying to do attrition and they're defending, you're not going to do anything because they're going to get faster respawns and it's just going to be a mess. But we do see it's going to be Hanamura.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, like that, particularly first point's much better for the offense, and you at least want to get the first point before you start having to have the little tiny stairway high ground duel, because that's all that Hanamura breaks down to in the second point. And I think with the composition that Majesty's been running, it actually can potentially do something interesting in the high ground battle. It really just depends on what they do afterwards. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a calculated risk for Majesty to go to Hanamura, but I think at that point it's going to be a calculated risk no matter what, because you have to play 2CP. So we'll be getting into game in just a moment, and we'll see some of these opening composition picks. If Majesty's going to stick to the composition they were running on Dorado, if they want to switch it up for Hanamura, if they prepared for this.
Yeah, Majesty's going to be on the attack, so they're going to set the tone for our... They're going to set the tone for how this map is going to go. If they are going to open up and immediately run into Resurge and just get that first point, get that second point really quickly, then, you know, we're going to have a high-scoring match. If they can't finish out the map, then we're not even going to go into extra rounds. But I think that if you were going to choose any sort of composition for Resurge to run, you'd probably choose this sort of bunker double shield composition. As Majesty, you're probably going to want to try and just run into this and slam into it like a Mack truck.
Yeah, exactly. But we do see Majesty, going to a rush composition. They do want to change it up, and I think it's a good call. And so they really just have to smash into Resurge's composition. And I think they definitely could do it. Let's take a look.
we'll see Drakey on this Genji, but it's going to be an interesting choice and interesting positioning from this Eraser from Clones. They're going to group up over on this high ground, waiting for the Dynamite to come over. They're going to rotate, take a long rotation, which can be really interesting and can give you good position, but it can also take a lot of time off the clock. Already supportive will go down. Mac Tackle will get hit by a lot of damage, but the Immortality Field is there to save him. Mac Tackle again. Just able to swing that hammer side to side, get so much damage, going to get taken down. Illuminous will follow all the support, is going to get targeted a lot. Georgie Boy is still there, could be good. This two-person team could save it, but they won't. Majesty will quickly take the first point, and they'll have a massive time bank heading into the second point, which is definitely something you want because it favors the defenders. They'll have a whole almost 6 minutes heading into point B.
Yeah, I mean, I think Clones just swapped off a Rosa to gun to ball and then swapped back. It feels like Resurge are playing the crack pipe composition. They decided, we'll play bunker. Well, let's just try it out. Let's see what happens. And then I've just kind of committed to it for point 2 as well. Because Majesty rolled over that, and they're playing a composition that can only hold one thing. Where are Majesty going?
Where are you going?
I think they had a save discount. I think discount was caught out of position. They had to go saving private discount.
Saving private discount, indeed. Alright, discount again. Gonna get caught out a little bit there already. Yamik is going to take down Illuminous with the high noon and gonna get Drakey with a flashbang. That's an unlikely kill. Here comes the Blizzard onto the point, and Majesty are turning this around. You really just cannot let this rush comp run into you if you're playing this dive, if you're playing the bunker comp that Resurge are, you cannot let a rush comp run directly into you, because that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, that was
seconds on the clock. That's our dominant performance.
They gained time on Hanamura, which is brutal. I mean, yeah, they did the inverse Sig 9. They Gravitic Flux Majesty up into the air, and then no one touched the point when they could to prevent that cap. Just brutal. And yeah, I think I'll describe it as I said before, the crack pipe composition. That's kind of what Resurge ran there, and Majesty capitalized. Resurge is very certain that Resurge is swapping their composition going into this point, and they are. Thank you, boys, for playing your composition now.
Thank you, Resurge. Very cool.
Yeah, we're gonna see now the more standard Resurge composition against the kind of the counter dive for Majesty, which I think is going to be interesting if they want to kind of mirror this dive. So I think Resurge have the advantage here. Do I think they have an advantage to score a better time than 4 minutes and 19 seconds? I don't.
Yeah, I don't even know if they even have an advantage. I think that this DPS line for Resurge, I think Majesty just kind of counters it. I feel like you have enough hit skin to counter Drakey. You have the McCree, you have the Echo. Even if it's not with the Mercy, you have the McCree, you have the Echo, you have the Baptiste, and I think that you also have the Diva as well. There's just everything in the world to counter Drakey. Supportive on the Tracer, you have Yamik on the McCree, but as soon as I say that, Bing Bong goes down, the Diva gets demech, but so supportive and Luminous goes down. It's a brawl on the point, but it looks like Resurge are getting the better of it. They do have these closer spawns, but Drakey's gonna get taken down. I'm gonna take down that Echo Mercy combo, gonna reach into that, grab the Infinity Glove, and gonna say, fine, I'll do it myself. He's actually gonna try and do it himself with that Baptiste help, but he will not get far. Just kind of delaying, it seems, the inevitable. as here comes the Echo to try and come back. Bing Bong and Stormbjorn are going to go low, but are they actually going to do this? Are they actually going to come back and hold?
I think
Bing Bong's going to go down, and I mean, at least they're delaying. But it looks...
They did it. I don't think they... there's no way Resurge come back from this. There actually is a very reasonable way. Getting a D-Mech, though, is not the way forward here. Lose a lot of point presence. Just trading out the Immortality Field, that's fine. It's on cooldown for a reason, you know?
Supportive is going to go down, and there's just not enough people on the point. Oh, Drakey copies the Diva at like 1 H. That's just definitely something you have to cry about when you're facing off against an Echo when she goes to 1 HP and then immediately copies a hero with 1,000,000 HP and gets all that health back. It just makes me cry a little bit. All the Diva bombs is coming on the point. Somehow, they did it. You crazy sons of a gun. You did it. Congratulations,
They did do it. Here's the sad thing about this. Resurge is gonna get a worse time bank than Majesty, just inherently. Like I don't think they can just rush onto the point in 20 seconds and cap.
Not with clones going down that early, and that's such an important fight. The first fight is, in my opinion, the most important on the second point of a control map. You cannot have that snowball coming in, and they're not with clones down that early.
Certainly, we see them wanting to really take this high ground again. Like, it's just standard Hanamura play at this point. I don't know if I like the supports just playing on one side of the map and the rest of the Resurge playing on the other.
It's definitely interesting, and I mean that's how you get dove. Discount him off, someone's going to get taken out so easy. Drakey is going to get taken down immediately on that. He's going to get taken out immediately with that D-Mac. Still on the copy. And going to use the Diva ult on the point just to try and clear it out. Illuminus is going to go down though, and now it's all up to Georgie to try and keep his team alive. Going to actually revive Illuminus, going to protect them even in death. Death cannot stop Georgie from reviving. Well, Death can, as those picks could be conducive to a retake just with staggers from Majesty. And it looks like it just might, but it's not over till it's over. As I guess it's going to go down from Majesty, but it looks like even though the mines are on the point, they're still going in here. They really need to know that they're not going to win this fight, and they will eventually pull out. But it's a lot of time off the clock.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, like the thing about that fight is that Majesty had both the supports go down at the same time, but right then Storm used a generally ineffective copy onto Hammond. The good thing though is that rest of Resurge focused on the ball that was irrelevant to the fight, and so both supports get to come back for free basically at the same time. So you have a ton of support now coming back in, and they get the hold. And it's looking to be that Majesty will get to keep their entire time bank, since the time bank only drops down to 2 minutes at the minimum for the lowest timed team. So this is just a brutal hold so far for Majesty. They're going to get and a pick on Illuminus, just brutal.
Resurge have been getting picked out early. It's so uncharacteristic of them to get taken out so way earlier than they've usually been. Drakey's actually going to get the copy onto the McCree using this high noon. There's a lot of glue in the kill feed already. A lot of Majesty going down on second high noon. Drakey eventually going to get taken out of that, but the Diva bomb from IGAD going to go out. And here comes the Transcendence as well. Resurge, if they can't win this fight, they might just be done. Here comes Support, and Clone's going to get some more picks. And Drakey will follow as well. And now, not looking good for Majesty. They will, maybe, it looks like they will eventually have to give up this point, but it's a when, if at this point. But there's still time. Clone's gonna go down with the minefield. Illuminus is gonna go low, just barely gonna get saved, but at the same time, Aido is going to get taken down. The pulse bomb is gonna get eaten.
I mean, the copy pulse bomb, you get 1,000,000 of them.
That you do. You do get 1,000,000 copy pulse bombs. But Majesty, they're just stalling out this point so well. Even with everyone dead, they will eventually. They're still not done. They're just gonna keep it going. They're not done yet. But Resurge will eventually take the point. A minute on the clock versus 4.5 for Majesty.
Majesty gained
That's not
time.
time that you'd expect to see.
Majesty gained time. Oh my goodness. Brutal. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Solomon. It is drawable. I could see a draw. I mean, to be serious here, I think Resurge they didn't play great defense, and they're kind of getting punished for it now, in that they have to basically cap the map with a minute on the clock. I don't think you can settle for anything less. You just have to win 2 fights in a row, or you you don't really get to play the game. You just have to play the cheese defense and hope you can hold for 2 minutes or for 4 minutes. Really.
Yeah, they definitely need some progress on point B at the very least. That they can lose point A and still win if Majesty cannot take point B. They need to do it in a minute. That's a tall ask.
Absolutely. We'll see them run on basically the same composition they were just running on their initial attack, and we'll see if Majesty will play around that now that they've had more experience on this map.
We will have to see. GT1B is going to get that Discord orb. Yonex going to go very, very low. And already so much aggression coming out from Resurge. They pushed Majesty all the way back to the point, but Clones is going to go down. Clones has been getting picked off early very, very frequent, with alarming frequency, but Resurge say it doesn't matter. They take the 5v6 and they are dumping it. Majesty, only one person left on the point, and it's going to be taken down. They're going to be taken down very quickly. GT Wannabe will go down fast.
Yes, you kill our ball, we kill your team. It's a very simple trade, and that's ideal for Resurge. That's like exactly what you wanted to see. Is that you get to cap this point, you get the extra 30 seconds, and your team's already in position to potentially get progress on point B. And Resurge has a ton of ultimates coming up, and Majesty's nowhere close, so you can use this ultimate advantage also to make sure you get this tick. Drinky getting taken down with the pop is brutal. If they can stop this res, they let the res go through. You can't let that happen. You can't let that happen if you're Majesty.
Absolutely, you can't. Drakey has this ultimate. There are 3 ults online, but all the picks are going to Storm. Here comes the adaptive circuits, both Wrecking Ball for Majesty, McCree for Resurge. We're gonna have to see if the High Noon's gonna come out. It will not. The High Noon is gonna take down Georgie Boy as well, and no progress on point B for Majesty. They know what they need to do.
Any telescopes in the chat box?
See it.
I can see a draw.
I can see it, chat. I can see it. Majesty just needs a tick on point B, and they will go 1-1 with Resurge. Crucially, they did lose the first map, so they'll have to play. So if they win this, they'll have to play Resurge at their own map and beat them.
Yeah, but I mean, Resurge have lost, or like they almost always go to Busan if they have to go to a third map. Every single time they've gone to Busan, every single time they've won. The 3 times I've had to go to a map 3, and I don't think it's going to change. And we see Resurge wanting to play their normal composition now. They know that they can't let anything past them anymore. So, Majesty want to run back on this rush composition though, and we know that went well. So it depends on how they can play around this dive now instead of the weird bunker comp we saw in the beginning.
We'll have to see. It was effective against the bunker comp, but will it be effective against the dive? Not a lot of good diveable heroes on Majesty. They don't have those diveable supports like a Ana or a Zenyatta, but still, it's going to be a question of how well can Majesty do this. 4 minutes on the clock. They need to take point A to keep their playoff hopes, to keep their winners bracket hopes alive, I should say. Majesty's going to come, or Resurge is just going to come and try and catch them on the rotation. Illuminous will fall early from Resurge. Big Bomb going to get that pick, but so will Supportive fall. It's going to be precarious for these next few seconds, as you really just cannot get picked. Your clones is going to go down. Drakey very, very low. I'm going to get healed up eventually.
Yeah, I mean,
there's Majesty.
It's so smart for Majesty, by the way, just to add something here, because they've won this fight. Majesty really smashed into Resurge, picked off Illuminous, and then they just stayed there to make sure that Georgie couldn't come in and get the res, because Georgie's has been getting a lot of reses and undoing that key pick at the beginning and being able to undo some of the damage they're dealing is really, really big. And they get they get to basically sit on the corpse and just make sure that Illuminous respawns, and then they swing onto point and win the fight. Just fantastic play, and now they've guaranteed a draw at the worst for them. We are going to see a map 3, and this is going to be very interesting. It puts Resurge in a very precarious situation if they cannot manage to draw this map.
The copy's gonna come in on the Reinhardt, and now Majesty, they're coming in. The Blizzard gets eaten! Igo eats the Blizzard, and then they just get demolished. Resurge are just going to come in and devour Majesty for breakfast. That team kill is gonna ring out. It's 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Majesty is, again, you could play this battle of attrition now. With maybe a little bit better feeling, since you're not going to be able to lose the map, but you still can draw it, and drawing here is pretty terrible. It means you have to win 2 maps against the Resurge, and one of which is going to be Busan. So Resurge have basically all their ultimates, though. That's the problem here. You're going to still have to play this battle attrition a little bit, and having Storm drop is just so brutal for Majesty. You just can't let that happen. Getting that pick means they have to wait for like another half a minute for Storm to respawn and group up before they can even get this push in and start burning out those ultimates.
That's absolutely true. Storm is they're going to have to take so much time waiting for Storm. Thankfully, Storm's on the Tracer, so it won't be that long, but it's still going to be a little bit of time. He's going to go down early. Here comes Supportive. Here comes the Diva Bomb, but all the picks are going the way of Majesty. They've gotten 3 picks already. Here comes the Diva Bomb. It'll drop on the point in the mines. It'll just be a Minesweeper. And Majesty, they're rolling over the members of Resurge. Here comes Supportive on the Doofus, trying to get anything to happen. The Diva going to get immediately pulse bomb and taken down, and they can demolish the Wrecking Ball. It's going to try and stall out, but the High Noon's going to catch him pretty quickly, and the stall is going to have to end at some point, but it might end. Supportive will get a pick, but it won't be enough, and Majesty will take a map off Resurge.
That's the 4th total map taken off of Resurge by any team in any game of BPL. The 4th. Just really, yeah. I mean, Resurge was kind of playing a little silly in the initial defense, but they did try. But it doesn't really matter. That was still really fantastic play for Majesty. Honestly, I didn't really factor into the calculus of Overwatch that Majesty could just run onto the point and win the fight, just by taking the space they need. I was just like, ooh, look, here are ultimates. They will all press Q at proper times and win the fight. And then Majesty opted to just not really care about the Qs getting pressed and won the fight. And yeah, we see Resurge, they're already saying Busan, that's where they're going. So exactly what we expected, that Busan is their map of choice to pull them out of sticky situations. And I mean, I think it's the proper play for Resurge. You definitely want to see it.
You'll love to see it. Maybe not if you're a Majesty fan, but Resurge, they're pulling out a tough map, and Majesty, they're gonna need to beat Resurge at their, not just their map choice, but their map.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. It's pretty reasonable to say it's their best map. They've actually only had to play it 4 times, but they've won it all 4 times. It's also, ironically, the only control map they've played. They've only played 4 control maps this entire season. Every single one of us has been on Busan. Now this is their 5th time, so they're still going to keep their 100% streak on Busan. So word to the wise for teams who have to play Resurge at some point in the bracket, either in the winner's bracket or potentially the loser's bracket. Don't take them here if you can avoid it.
They do love their Busan. But as we get into this, I'm really excited to see these hero choices as our first map is going to be this lovely, it's going to be City Center. It's going to be that train station City Center. And this is pretty, Majesty's composition is interesting here. Tell us a little bit about that DPS comp.
Run the Genji. Don't be a coward. Run it. I want to see it. We all want to see it. Come on. Don't switch.
You really just told him, run the Genji, coward. Ah, you coward!
Yeah, coward.
You coward.
Cowards.
What a coward.
We see some cowards in this chat.
Coward!
I'm mad. All right.
Majesty. Right. But getting into this already, we have that echo from Drake. It's been aggressive. It's been feast or famine, and Drake gonna be starving tonight as Storm and Drake are both gonna fall. But already supported and Dog both gonna find picks of their own, and it's evened out here. Both these teams are just so close. It's all these fights are so oddly close, but Resurge is going to take these first, gonna take the point first.
Yeah, it's a solid fight win. Like I think the Tracer does a lot more to this composition on this map than we saw potentially like during Hanamura. Just makes a lot of space, pressures the supports, because Majesty's running into the composition really to shut down the echo. They have to play around that Tracer a little bit more.
And they do. Oh, and Storm's gonna go down for Majesty. That's just not a good start. Illuminous will fall, but so will Dog, and it's even here. But so it goes, as already it seems like as soon as Majesty a little bit of an advantage, Resurge says, okay, well, you've had your fun. Now it's time for the big boys to step in and sweep them away.
Definitely. I mean, here comes, imagine he's going to come up with like, all of their ultimates basically at one time. Honestly, Resurge is about to as well. So you're going to see like a 12 ult fight coming up here. Or Storm gets picked. That can happen too.
Mercy, which is probably a miscopy, but at an interesting time as well. So I'm not really exactly sure how that factored into the Resurge plan. It's mind games. Resurge, their goals are beyond our understanding. The Volstorm, that's actually going to just divide Majesty into 2 for a split second. And now coming into this fight, it's pretty crucial for Majesty to win this fight. The Depot Bomb gonna find nothing. Double support ults coming out from Resurge. It's just gonna be an ult fiesta, and who brought the fun? But it's very confusing when a lot of ultimates are used at one time. But it looks like Majesty are getting the better of it. But this point is still not flipped. Barely gonna get the overtime. Supportive is going to fall for Resurge, but discount ML7 is going to go down. The Echo Mercy combo will go down, and the point will finally flip to Majesty. But they have a long journey ahead of them of keeping this point safe for multiple fights if they want to take this round.
Yeah, I mean, a Resurge kind of stuck in there for a little bit too long, but I think it's just reasonable when you're at 99-0. You could take the time you need. Just build up all your ultimates and just get one solid fight win. Majesty really have to though be able to ration out their ultimates, win these fights without using them. They need to be able to hold this fight for another 60% or so.
That they do. They can't afford any early picks. They do have the Mercy, but they just don't want to have to use that. Joe Biden is actually going to get booted off the side by Mag Tackle on this Wrecking Ball. That's just exactly how you want to start this off. Mag Tackle will get taken down, so this fight is not over yet. Resurge might bring in the Thunder, and already Echo very, very low. Storm is discorded, gonna get healed up, and everything's going well. Doc is back, trying to cause some havoc on this Wrecking Ball. Here comes a Pulse Bomb. The Pulse Bomb from Supportive will get 2, and that's gonna blow this round wide open for Resurge. Ready, are you going to get it picked onto Pirate Spy, and it's just going so what did you want to be? Mag Tackle gets Joe Biden again. Mag Tackle has just been absolutely showing Donk the business on this Wrecking Ball.
And that's the thing. Like, Resurge was starting to win that fight, but it doesn't matter. They never were not able to flip it, and now it's 90%, and Majesty is really winning this fight.
That they are. Is Resurge even going to be able to touch here?
I don't think they can. Wait. Bonk comes in.
Touch. Here comes Donk on the Wrecking Ball, gonna slam in and try and get something to copy onto the Diva. Resurge, they have the ultimates to try and do something. GG Wannabe's gonna get taken out. Solo Pirate Spy. No, not like this, Majesty. You're so close. Storm goes down. Discount ML7's ult will end. Yamix will go down. So will Mac Tackle, and it's all coming apart. Discount ML7's gonna fall. And round 1 in a 100 to 99 will go to Resurge.
I mean, I think the only takeaway from this is really that either team can win this map, even though Resurge are ahead. Both teams just pull something out of thin air and win this game. Alternatively, the second really big takeaway is that if I'm Punk X Passion, I'm sweating bullets because I have to play one of these two teams. I don't want to play either team. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, just really great, really solid fight win from Resurge. They just had the resources, got the picks they needed, but we're going to see kind of more of a rush composition coming in for this mecha base.
Definitely. I think that my takeaway from this map is that Resurge, they can bleed, as Majesty have absolutely just been making them do so throughout this. This is going to take them to their limits, as already Supportive is going to get an early pick on the other McCree, but Mag Tackle is just being so aggressive on this Reinhardt. Will it be too much is the question, but double the ult charge of his counterpart. Mag Tackle has 75% to Joe Biden's 35. That's just a Chad Reinhardt right there. Here comes the clash, but Illuminous has the ult advantage over Discount. Discount, they're going to be able, Discount and Majesty are all going to be able to get away from the amplification matrix, and now Discount has the window of his own. They're going to get walled off, and they're going to use the window. It might be a little bit too far back to get a lot of pressure, but Illuminous is, oh, the shadow from Back Tackle's gonna find for a Resurge on the ground, and Majesty, they'll bring out the broom and clean them up. 35% for Resurge, but Majesty,
I mean, yeah,
they'll take that first fight.
I mean, yeah, 38 is good for the first fight, but that's the thing. It's so weird that Resurge just got to sit on the point. Majesty won that first fight, but Resurge they just let Resurge sit on the point, and I don't think you can do that, especially when you're one map down. Ooh, they catch out two.
The flashbang will catch multiple people. Joe Biden is gonna go down. Illuminus's E is gonna go down. That immortality field won't protect them for long. And an early fight win for Majesty, and they're keeping this rolling.
Absolutely. I mean, now they're starting to equalize. And again, imagine if they didn't push Resurge, just let him sit on the point. They'd be at like 60% at this point and about to win the map.
Twiggy! Young, gets the flashbang stun onto Drakey as they're ulting and actually cancels the Blizzard. Oh my gosh, that was actually incredible. That was just amazing. Majesty's probably going to win the fight off of that. That's insane.
They do win the fight. They just win. I've just so crazy play from Majesty. I cannot obey the laws of grammar. I'm just in shock at how they're playing this now. They're getting back capped. Do they notice? Here they come. Here comes the team.
Here comes the cavalry. It's just Donk on the point. And Resurge, they changed up their entire composition. No one has an ult charge over 50%. Majesty have 3 ults, but still, Yamx is gonna go down early, and all the ults in the world can't save him from an early pick like that. Pirates Fight is gonna use this beat, try and keep the members of Majesty up. But it's not gonna work for GT1, but GT1 is gonna have to use the Diva Bomb in nowhere just to try and keep this going. But it's overtime for Majesty, and there's no ults online for Resurge. Resurge needs something, anything to get going. The Blizzard is going to go on to the point, and you're just going to need to step into the Blizzard and get deleted, as Illuminous is going to find out. Illuminous is going to try and step onto the point, and not going to happen. And Majesty, they're going to take this round against Resurge, not only on their map choice, but on their favorite map. Their comfortable teddy bear of a map choice. Looking a little rough.
I mean, Resurge like that. Resurge swapped to their composition, right near the end of the fight. I don't know if I agree with that. Like it's a smart point because that's what their comfort picks are. But at the same time, you're losing the fight and you don't have a lot of time to build up your ultimates, and doesn't really matter. And MacTac ultimately is just it's becoming a main tank difference at this point. I mean, imagine that's the thing. Majesty would be this close to winning the map because they could have won City Center, and now it's just one final round to determine who continues into winners semis and who goes down into losers.
Absolutely, and
what a game!
Wow, this has been we both thought this. We were trying to temper expectations coming into this, oh, Majesty, they're 11th seed in Resurge. They've been dominant throughout this entire league, and they're close to getting dropped into losers bracket by Majesty. This has been an insane map. Resurge gets early point presence, and Majesty's going to take some early rotations, a little bit of a mix-up comms, I think, from Majesty. They need to get on this point. They're going to take out Drakey first. Early picks from Majesty, and they get to run on, but Yamx is going to go down as well. DPS is both going to be traded out, but Vidonk is going to get taken down. Discount will get the heals, and oh my gosh, Baptiste charges ultimate so quickly. GT Wannabe is going to get demeched. Here comes the amplification matrix from Discount, is able to get so much more damage onto all the members of Resurge, and oh, that wall from Storm actually blocks off Joe Bidonk's roll, going to protect the members of Majesty, but Yamx is going to go down, and Luminous will fall as well, and both supports alive for Majesty. They do have this advantage, but GT Wannabe is going to go down. Mac Tackle going to go very, very low. Will they be able to be kept up with all the damage coming in from both sides? It looks like they will, but with all of their teammates are going down, and it looks like eventually, in calling this a battle of attrition would be an insult to the word attrition, as Resurge will eventually pull it out.
I mean, yeah, that was like a minute-long first fight, and I mean, we see so many ultimates now coming online. It's like that. Like normally, it's usually like one completely dry fight, and then maybe like one fight with one team has ultimates, the other team doesn't, and then you have the normal kind of ultimate roulette of Overwatch. Now everyone has an ultimate almost, or is on a good percentage to one, and they use them in the fight. This is crazy. I'm
already has
Luminous already gets picked. Oh, it's so brutal.
Down, here comes Drakey on the Reinhardt copy, gonna get a shatter immediately. The pulse bomb going to get so much damage, gonna take out that immortality field, and there's not much you can do about that, as that's just it. Resurge, they're keeping it they're keeping their distance between Majesty, and now Majesty, they've got to be sweating.
I mean, yeah, this is mad research. They're mad. They're angry that they're getting this close to losing a game for the first time in BPL history. Like, I mean, at the same point in time, Majesty has a ton of ultimates. They can come in. They can, as long as they get it. They do want to pick a Luminous. I think that's what they want to do before they really commit too many ultimates. But if they could do that and block the bomb, they have to use Immortality Field for that. It's kind of a rough trade, but you have to make it. You can't let them lose this fight. Discount picked off. Oh,
Drakey picked up discount, but they're still gonna go in. The Shatter's only gonna find one, and Drakey's already found two. Joe Biden will get taken down thanks to the Shatter. But what do you do when you're missing your Tracer and your Baptiste? You can't do anything. It feels like you only have the Lucio heals. Eventually going to regroup with the two members, but time is ticking away for Majesty. They have to do one last fight, 95%, and they need to be perfect. Yonex going to use the pulse bomb, won't find any kill off of it. The amplification may just be placed off the point. Not sure if I might really agree with that, but if you want to be going to throw in this Diva Bomb, I'm going to try and get something. It's going to get stored. It's going to get this Mercy. Down goes the copy from Drakey, not going to get any value. Just got ML7 going to use that Immortality Field. They'll take him down, but supportive will go. Majesty, they're looking good to keep this match going, and they're going to do it. It looks like it. Drakey's the last one on the point, but Majesty, they will eventually take the point back, and they need to hold on to it for their lives.
Yeah, they do get the flip, which is important. Resurge have their support ultimates and a bomb and their bombs. That's what they have. But Blizzard is so important. If they can get rid of the Diva, there's a reasonable chance they win this fight when they're down a lot of ultimates. But the Immortality Field, I mean, down support getting picked up is so key.
Here comes the Diva. It gets discount ML7, and Pirate Spy's gonna go down. No, Majesty. Here comes the Blizzard from Storm. Is it gonna get something? Anything? The trend. The cheeky wannabe is gonna get team back-to-back. Tackle's gonna go down, and Drakey's just doing it all, getting all of the picks. The point will flip. Overtime will tick away, and Majesty inches away. Resurge, they bleed, but they do not falter.
Yeah, I mean, just great play from Resurge. I mean, it was so close. Like, I can't say any more. Majesty was cracked. Resurge was cracked, and just like it was literally down to a couple, like just a small bit of the team fight on City Center. Majesty wins that one last fight. They win this game. They don't, and we obviously see the result right now. This feels like it's grand finals, so this is winners quarters. That's what it feels like. Majesty's going to losers, but expect them to go far. I don't think this is gonna be their last. Tomorrow is gonna be their last game based on that performance. Just wow. I'm shocked.
Wow, indeed. I mean, I'm stunned by that performance. I talked about it before, but we were trying to, we should like temper expectations a little bit because we think that it's Resurge. Majesty, it's the #1 seed, the team that's been dominant, the king of BPL, the kings of BPL. They're facing Majesty, the number 11 seed. They got into the winners bracket, but
yeah, but I mean, objectively, their pool was like it was a very even pool. They had the top B League team, and then they had teams that all around their seeding. So it's a reasonable assumption to say that Resurge should win this game, and Majesty to blow all expectations out of the water, and are just fantastic. And the fact that they lost is still not shocking. If you look at it from a numbers perspective, at the end of the game, it is shocking because they were playing so well after map 1. Map 2 was dominant. Map 3 was dominant. They just lost a couple of key fights, and that was the end of it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's like you said. If that first round of Busan, if that one last fight, that one 99-99 fight, if that goes the other way, if Majesty wins that fight, we would have a completely different story. We would have, I would argue, probably one of the biggest upsets in BPL history.
Yeah,
here on our
absolutely. I mean, Resurge is the only team that's perfect in BPL this season. I mean, Daydream technically is, but they still lost in the playoffs, in the main playoffs. So, well, technically, they're not perfect anymore. Resurge still is. This is their 4th map loss, period. And it's just so impressive. I mean, here's a question that I want to ask. Do you think if Majesty did not run that brawl composition, do you think they win? They have a decent chance to win in that last Busan map, based on how we saw their dive play today?
I don't know. I feel like there's a point where compositions are more important than when you get to a certain level, compositions start to make a difference. But I feel like at the level where BPL is, I feel like we're not at that point. We're at a point where it's team play that's going to win matches.
Definitely.
More than compositions.
I see that, yeah.
If you have a good team, you could play like Orisa Hog, Aston Symmetra, whatever. You could play this crazy stuff. And if you're playing as a team, you can still go pretty far. I'm not saying that, you could just play whatever and you'd absolutely win. But
yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to see what happens if you play the crack pipe compositions, we can definitely take a look at Hanamura first round defense by Resurge this game. Not an ideal composition for that, but we do have an interview with Resurge hosted by Bo.
Thank you so much, Salsa and K-Wing. I'm here with Illuminous and Dirt after that firecracker of a match. Now, we've seen this fast-paced style from Resurge for a long time, but now we've seen some deviations. Do you want to go more in depth about those deviations that we saw today in today's match?
What do you mean by deviation?
I don't know, different comps from the normal standard that you guys usually run.
I'm thinking you're talking about Hanamura.
Yes, I'm talking about Hanamura.
I have a lot to say about this young man, Illuminous. He trolled the composition so hard, my mind was so blown out of proportion, I just don't know what happened there. This man called Ash. What do I do on Ash?
I don't know. We played that comp in scrims. The scrim was supposedly like 4K plus. Who knows with these guys? We kind of rolled them. I don't even know what we were playing against, to be fair. So maybe my brain's just off. But it was a bad comp. Kind of got trolled. Well, I trolled, to be fair. We tried to bring it back like on the second attacks and stuff, but it was just like they already got the time bank. It's like go to next map. I don't know.
True. And the mentals on everyone in the team was gone.
Yeah. So
basically, round 1, as soon as we lost that fight with that comp, it was basically over because no mental was there from anyone.
So when you are going into Busan, how do you reset as a team? Do you just put it behind you, or are there strategies in order to avoid that?
I don't even know. I think I forgot what happened on Hanamura. We just went into Busan and we were like, yeah, this is easy map.
Yeah, all we did really was the match was over, we talked about what went wrong there, and like we just discussed what we did wrong, and then we moved on to the next map, talked about what we're gonna run.
All right, and then throughout the match, we see a lot of Resurge taking back fights by putting the tempo in their favor. So I have to ask, what do you guys do to sway these high tempo situations into your favor?
Just call target, like.
Yeah.
Is that easy?
Pretty much.
God, why doesn't everybody do that?
It's true.
I mean, I think people should start doing that, but you know, I don't know.
I think the biggest thing is not only just call targets, but like against Rush specifically. Whenever we're on the comp we normally play, like every day, we just have to know how to kite. If we don't know how to kite, we lose every fight because of how often Rush gets their ults. So we just always call when to kite, when to like drop off the map and stuff like that, certain parts of the map, so we just don't lose instantly.
Yeah, just run away. Like, what is Rush gonna do when you just walk away, bro? Like, it's not that hard.
True.
I say that as I got like ran over like 4 times, but just run away, bro. Like.
All right, and my final question: as we go into future matches, who do you want to see up next, or hell, maybe even to the finals?
I don't even know which teams are playing.
Doesn't matter. You're just gonna run them over.
I want to see the Sharks make it far because those guys are cool. Other than that, I don't know.
I don't know either.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me. We're gonna take a quick break. Our next match, Sydney Surfers versus NightDrive, is coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, welcome back everyone. We are here with our game 3. I'm joined by Cousin. Hello Cousin, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm good.
Well, we have Sydney Surfers versus NightDrive. What do you think of this game, Cousin?
I think this is going to be a pretty good game. I think Sydney have been looking, they've always looked very good. They've had some games that have their way. The only ones not being Resurge games. I think if they play to their strengths, they can probably get a win here. I think NightDrive, they could upset, depending on what they pull out of the silly basket. But yeah, should be pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, NightDrive has been one of my favorite teams to watch because they do the silly strats, they pull out the Bastion. You love to see that. So I hope to do more of that. Sydney Surfers, as you mentioned, has only lost to Resurge in the entire BPL so far. They've lost to Resurge twice, but other than that, they've won every other game. So they've been looking very strong. I think they're heavy favorites to win this game, but as you said, NightDrive can pull out some interesting strategies, and I want to see that. I want to see them, see them on the Bastion, make some silly strats. So we're very excited to see what happens there. What are you looking forward to the most in this game?
I'm probably looking forward to seeing what NightDrive pulls out of the silly basket, but I want to see more Jack. I like Jack's role in Sydney. I think he's played really well throughout the season. I think him on Wrecking Ball has been really great, and in Rush he's been really quite strong too. So I want to see what Jack does today.
Very good. Yeah, that's a great player to highlight there. Jack's been looking very great this entire season. I personally want to see Distortion back on the Bastion and maybe the jump out. We're going to Route 66 as a first map. Not a particularly good Bastion map, but they might still pull it out.
I don't know. You could run Sim Bastion, right, and just TP from cart up to Big L's.
I mean, you could. The answer is, should you?
You could. It's not good, but you could do it.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting into it on Route 66. Let's see what the teams bring out. Please pick Bastion. Come on. That's all I'm here for. Oh, it's Sombra right now.
It's not, but it's.
Both teams showing the Sombra currently. I don't know about that. Not a big Sombra fan myself.
Okay.
Nah. But interesting that neither team is playing Rush. Unless you want to call it the Sombra Reaper Rush, which I wouldn't. But...
no.
Interesting.
I also would like to point out that that there's a Genji and there's Pandemonium on Genji.
True.
Hey,
Yeah.
Go for it.
I don't know if are they sticking to this? Because they shouldn't. Okay, there we go. They're back on the McCree. Okay. They're still on the Sombra though, which is interesting. A close hold coming in so far. Just an immediate jump down here, and Jax gets off Noma. I think this should be a successful first hold here. Wattage is so low, but he's gonna get out. This is so far working. Texas is already on 30% to hold, so this is working very well for them.
Yeah. Jack just ran straight in there, forced him out of his lamp, and just killed the Pap. That was pretty much a reset from there.
Yeah, that's how you want to do the first hold. You just want to jump in and on one target and just kill them off. They're doing it again, and Wattage very low again. They just need to keep pushing him. Oh, a shatter already from Jack. Oh my god. Well, there it is. That's a first shatter from Jack. Hits 4, I think, and that's another successful play.
I don't think NightDrive should. Yeah, they're gonna swap to Maya. The Sombra, you can't. If they're gonna be that aggressive from Sydney, you cannot play Sombra into that. It's just too much.
Absolutely. Oh, here comes a window, and Noma's dead again. So this is just unfeathered aggression from Surfer. It's working very well for them.
Yeah.
And Now they have another shatter from Jack. It hasn't even been a minute, and he has 2 shatters. So that's this is just I think one of the most successful first rolls I've seen in BPL. So
yeah, this is pretty nasty. I mean, he's overlapped Audit right on shatters. Like he's already got 2, and Audit hasn't even got 1 yet. This is
it's gonna be nasty. An EMP coming in soon. One would assume.
Should be an EMP shatter.
There's the EMP and there's a shatter and there's 2 down, but you know there's only 2 down from NightDrive, so it's still very winnable for NightDrive. I think they waited too long for that EMP. They're winning the fight.
I don't know why Sydney backed off there. They just sort of gave up free pressure. They just sort of backed up and then let them engage.
I think Texas got lost one. I think Texas had to translocate away. I think he got too low and then he had to translocate away, and that's what they were waiting for. And that just, you know, ruined their play, and then they lost it. It should still be a favorite here for Surfers. Here comes the aggression again. May ass block forced early. And Jack just charges in. He might die here. He's gonna get frozen and killed here, I think. Okay, this is a very interesting fight, but you know, NightDrive's winning. They're throwing the mail. A reroll from Mara.
Well,
interesting. What am I say?
I mean, yeah,
he has to be swapping.
He's either swapping or he just doesn't like the reroll. Yeah, he swaps.
Yeah, there we go. He swaps. Yeah, that was. I mean, that should have been winnable for Surfers, but they just charged in and then got walled off and mailed it. So, pretty well played from NightDrive so far. You know, they punished both of those attacks and they captured first, despite getting full health for like 2 minutes. So good play so far.
It wasn't the worst retake from NightDrive.
Window comes in. So far, they're just kiting away. Aizen just kind of just went in and died. So that's you know, that's it. Okay, this is one of those fights. They're just gonna run into here, and everyone just it comes in there. Another shatter from Wadded. Jack's frozen. Jack's gonna shatter, I think. A very messy fight, but Surfers takes it in the end.
I think Aizen got caught out by the window by chance. Couldn't go anywhere, so he decided to run into them with the bomb. And then I don't know. Noma then decided to window, and what it used to shatter. I think they should have just called for a reset there and just either died on guard or got back out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great call.
That's and he gets flashed out as well.
Yeah.
Well, unlucky. Well, there's another 5 win for City Surfers. Just I think they're just, you know, the aggression that they're putting forward is just unmatched for. It's too hard for NightDrive to handle.
I mean, that May wall was great, right? You put the May wall up while he's hiding in, and then as soon as you start breaking the wall, they were right there in his face, and you can't really do much from Panda. So I think this aggression, as you said, from Sydney, it's just NightDrive have no answer right now, and they need to find something, adapt some way to stop getting so hardly pressured into corners.
Yeah, well, Surfers are coming up on 5 volts now, so this should be another heavily favored fight for them. Wadded's already dead. Here comes the window and the bomb. Does it get a pick? It gets distortion, and this should be another 5 win for Surfers. They think they used too many ults there. I think they didn't need to use 3, and they used a McCree ult as well, so they're kind of wasting ults here. They did not need to use 4 ultimates to win that fight. But this coming in now, I think NightDrive should be favored. Yeah, I don't know why they used the McCree ult, especially at the end. Like that was very unnecessary.
That was kind of weird. But Jack nearly has another shatter, and I think this is what it's maybe second. So
yeah, Jack's just been lapping Wadded. That's what the aggression does. You know, just get, you know. Oh, there comes a shatter from Jack. He gets swatted, but they have the beat, so they can still kite this. Very good. They get pick on Texas. I think NightDrive should be able to win this. They're coming up on the shatter from Wadded. Jack's frozen, should be a free shatter if he wants to use it. Here comes the bomb. They shouldn't need to use the shatter here.
Yeah, what did you say?
There goes Mara. Yeah, they should be second, I think, unless they can, pull off some heroics, but it doesn't seem
I don't
likely.
think they can recontest as a full team. They might recontest as 1 or 2, but I think maybe just let them have first point.
I think they should just let them have it. I don't think they should be contesting this, because that's just, I think, the throw if you just recontest here. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
They're letting them have it.
Yeah.
It is very interesting. Like, it was on overtime pretty much, both points. And it was both times it was because Surfers threw away ults in the fight before. So
yeah,
interesting from Surfers so far. Here comes the bomb, gets the lamp. Eisen gets Jack just charges in again, kills Wadet and kills Noma. He's just unstoppable right now. I thought that was NightDrive just gonna take that fight, but Jack just charged in, killed 2 people, and he gets out.
Yeah, no, Jack is looking like an EU Vine, right? He's looking like Cloudy, like he's just charging in whenever he wants. He's off cooldown, press charge straight in.
It's also working, which is very surprising, especially against the Mei. Like, this should not be working like that.
Yeah.
Well, there's 2 shatters. Here comes shatter from Jack, hits nothing. Now it's Wadded's turn. Wadded hits 3. That's a great shatter from Wadded. That should be able to win this fight now.
I think he hits 6.
Yeah. No, I don't think he hit 6. I think that hit 3.
Think he hit 6. No, I thought I saw 6.
I believe you. Yeah, he hit 6 in my head. He hit 6.
Okay.
Well, so far what I'm seeing is Jax has had more shatters, but he hasn't been hitting them because he just charges in.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't need them, right? He throws them away. He says, I don't need this.
Oh, there comes a beat, and it's also, Chance has been building these windows like once every fight, and it's been very good for them.
Yeah.
Oh, Mail gets beaten by Falseward. That's massive. They should be winning this fight, but they've gotten the card almost at the end already. Are they gonna C9, guys? Okay, there we go. Wait, they're winning. NightDrive's winning. They're getting the kills. That's very surprising. Tex is still on the high ground, is getting picks, but don't think it's gonna be enough unless they get another 2 picks right now. Here comes a bomb on card. Oh, bomb gets 1. I think they should be able to hold this now. And yeah, there it is. Falsewords, coming in clutch there at the end, gets 2 kills. That was looking very hairy there for a second. They should not have gotten that close.
Yeah, no.
And it's overtime, so this is last fight. I was like, why aren't they resetting this? Because it's overtime, so.
Oh.
And wait a minute. Mara. Okay, Mara's getting kills, but Tex is here on the Bastion, and you look to see it.
There it is. Lost.
Hey, once you switch to Bastion, you win. See? They're winning. They're on Bastion, they're winning.
Just
Mail, okay. Up there it is, missed it, and that's it.
Yeah,
that's really close, very close there towards the end, especially after that first hole. Really good for NightDrive to get it that far, but not able to full cap. Surfers able to hold them down. I think this aggression that Surfers has shown on defense might be, just okay. We have a pause.
Okay, pause. Yeah, I mean,
I didn't see a PP in chat, so.
Yeah, I mean, hey. Like you're saying, like Surface, their aggression is like really good into NightDrive. That NightDrive can't seem to be sustaining it. That's why Jack's building so many shatters, and he's just sort of charging off cooldown, right? And it's working. But I think every time that Surface would lose in a fight, they sort of their tempo sort of mucked up. So like they couldn't win the next fight maybe, and then they had to sort of recovered their tempo after they lost. But I think that last hold there, it was, they got a nice Mei ult, but I think Jack went over aggressive into the backline, and they could, or not had a chance on cart, but in the end it didn't seem to matter too much. It was back and forth, but Surfers have the better spawns to recover and win the point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, especially on attack now, it's going to be even better for Surfers, this aggression that they're showing, because, they just charge in and get 2 kills. It's up to NightDrive to, stop that from happening. So it's up to Panda or Distortion, whoever's on the Mei. They're going to switch back to the Sombra. I don't know about this. They need to.
Yeah, I think they're gonna copy what Surfers did to them, and try and close hold. Whether they will be as successful as Surfers, we'll see. But I like the Surfers coming out if they stay on the double shield. Into the close hold. Double shield's normally quite it's better for just burning down the Rhine shield and getting a pick, because that's all you need. Right? You break the close hold with a pick, and then you just go from there.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if they.
They're just playing hero roulette right now, just picking random heroes.
Yeah.
On the Junkrat. That's very high damage.
A lot of spam.
That's a lot of spam. They're not even close holding though, so this is.
Yeah.
Okay, well they were just late. They were late at close holding.
Yeah.
It's not how you close hold. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think this is not gonna work. Like you've already lost one, and there goes Noma. Yep. Yeah. That's not how you close hold. If you want to close hold, you gotta get there before the door opens. So that was just unfortunate. They were too slow in getting to the train, and that just.
Yeah. I think like I said, the close hold didn't work, and they didn't get it correct, and they lost their Lucio straight away. And after that, like you can't continue to close hold. You just have to die and go up.
They're sticking on the summer though. I'm not sure about that. I mean, okay, well Lucius did it, so that's just not going too well.
Mara, right?
Yeah, I mean they just need to either rush in now and try to get a pick, or I don't know if they should be backing off here. Just gonna leave them for one fight. Okay, they get a pick on Texas. That's pretty good. I think they can come in now. There comes a barrage, gets one. Good from Eisen to get that barrage there. But it should still be Surfers taking this fight. Here comes a shatter, gets two, and there it is. Jack, as always, just hitting these shatters, just the aggression that he's showing.
Yeah, I don't know if I thought Panda was gonna die after the first the close hold, like straight away and reset, swap off Sombra, but Panda decided to stay on Sombra, which I don't think that was the best decision. You weren't that farmed up on EMP, so they swapped to the Tracer Sombra, and like nothing is gonna touch Mara apart from Eisen, so Mara's just free to do whatever.
Oh, here comes a Riptire, and Texas already dead, so a very good from Torsion and Eisen there just to take that Riptire down. My stream's frozen, but yep, there we go. There's some good aggression from NightDrive here, getting Jack, and now they can. Yeah, that's what they should be doing. They need to match that aggression with aggression of their own. Yeah. So it works out there. Now they can hold.
Surfers are gonna. I think Surfers are gonna swap. Yeah, they're gonna swap. This little close hold here, this tunnel area is great for the rush. Like the Pharah can't really get in and engage, so swapping off is a good call. Oh, and
Texas just falls over somehow. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I think he exited too early. He went in front of the Rhine shield, which you don't normally want to do. That normally leads to death. So maybe less of that.
Now they're going underneath. I'm not sure if that's the play, because now they can get shattered by Wadded. They throw in the window, everyone just backs away. And Wadded falls over. I think Wadded needed to play safe there. He had the shatter up. That's a misplay from Wadded, but that's great from Sydney Surfers to catch that and get that kill. Now they can push this for free. Texas gets a pick on Panda.
Yeah, it's interesting they push forward there rather than running backwards when the window came out.
Yeah, I mean, they should have just waited to kite it and then just get that shadow off. Now they can just get second for free, I think. Yeah,
I think they'll recontest it, but it's gonna be. I don't think it should be.
The wall's so good. Oh, here comes a shatter. Doesn't hit anything. Bomb in the backline. Might get two. Oh, that's massive. That's great from. That was great from. You just flash the Rhine, get dash to the bomb. Very well played from NightDrive there.
Yeah, that was a good recontest from NightDrive. They used shatter and bomb, and that's what they needed. I think they used window as well there. But yeah,
I think the wall was like a little bit away from the tunnel, so like they could still get out. If if he had just walled them inside, they would have capped.
Yeah, I was in good touch with the flying over the wall, so yeah, they need to do it earlier. Oh wow, that's a good pick.
That's a good pick. Pandas are dead, and now they should be able to just get in. There comes a shatter. It's blocked by the lamp though, but it's still not gonna be enough. There should be still surfers taking this. This is just a very back and forth. Like it's just, you know, NightDrive wins one fight and surfers take the.
It seems to be like a 2 versus 1, right? Where surfers are winning every 2 fights, NightDrive are winning like 1 fight. But I think NightDrive really needs to make it a 1-1 or 2-2. They need to be winning, you know, more fights than they're losing to be able to hold for enough time.
Yeah, it just looks to me like, you know, whichever team shows aggression in that one fight, that's the one they win. Yeah. You know. And it comes the high noon from Panda. It's been blocked by 2 Mei walls, so it doesn't get anything.
Yeah. He was kind of stuck in between a Mei wall and a Mei wall there, so.
Well, there comes a meld from Mara. He's able to get 2, and they win that fight based off that. And now they're coming up on another 4 ultimates. About to cap.
Yeah.
This is very hard for NightDrive to hold here unless water hits a massive shatter.
Yeah. If NightDrive can force ults and win the fight, they can get back in here, but they need to do it with what, a shatter and a bomb. So this shatter needs to be massive. Maybe they can use a window as well.
Early high noon from Texas. So far, no, he gets phased. That's pretty good. Water, you know, doesn't really get anything with the shatter. Comes a bomb. Bomb gets 2. That's massive. I think this should be the 5 win here. Texas is clicking heads.
NightDrive.
Yeah, I think this should be it.
I think they can
What is
probably
coming with the
install
bomb? I don't think they can touch. Gets pooped away, and that's it.
Oh wow. Yeah. Great job from Surfers there. Really nice played.
Yeah, that was really close there on defense, but you know, on offense, servers just, you know, their aggression just unmatched, and NightDrive just couldn't do anything about that. Here comes the Jack Shatter, just charges in. It's just, that's an MTD if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Shatter, yeah. That's just, you know, aggression diff, I would say.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like NightDrive just couldn't handle it. Like even with a Mei wall, like Jack just said it didn't matter, and he just charged in, and his team, you know, followed him. I guess they're following the Signet Ryan tactic of just running in with your Ryan and support him as best as possible. And it seems to work out a lot better for Surfers than it did for NightDrive there. Yeah,
I mean, and you know, there's 2 ways to play against that. Is either you try to punish that kind of aggression, or you aggress yourself, and I feel like NightDrive wasn't sure what they wanted to do. They tried to punish it in some fights and didn't really work. In the other fights, in the few fights they actually went aggressive, they were successful, so maybe they should have tried that. But you know, now there's map 1 from Surfers, looking really, very clean on attack, especially, you know, as expected. But I mean, NightDrive showing some signs of life. Maybe they can still take next map. We'll see how it goes. We're going to Hanamura, I believe.
I mean, I think. Oh, that's a good map. I think, like you were saying, like when NightDrive went aggressive, they won the fights, right? So they either take the fights always aggression, like full on aggression, 100% on, or you know, they maybe swap up their comp, maybe play more of a pokey comp to just pressure up Jack's shield so he can't go as aggressive when he runs in there. Yeah, they should probably, you know, decide on what they want to do there and stick to one tactic.
You know, I have a question for you, cousin. Which team do you think will win all of BPL?
All of BPL. I think Resurge are really good. I think that if a team figures out, you know, Majesty just took them to 3 maps and played extremely well, extremely close. I think maybe if Majesty have a rematch, if they can get through the entirety of the lower bracket, they might be able to beat Resurge. I think I'm gonna go with Resurge just to be safe. I do want to see other teams make a run for it, but right now Resurge are just too good to not say to win the whole thing. Yeah.
Yep, that's fair.
Who,
You know,
who do you think, Vic?
I kind of wanna say Clients might win, because I think, you know, Recurve's like, you know, he has a chip on his shoulder. He wants to,
yeah,
he really wants to show that he can win. So you never know. We'll see. We still haven't seen
want to
Research
become
versus
second,
Clients.
you know.
Yeah, we still haven't seen Research versus Clients. So, but also, you know, Recurve has come second a few times. So it might be. Oh my God, what is good? That's just immediately just and in the spawn and just gets 3 kills. Okay, well, so this is some ridiculous aggression from servers. It should not be working.
This is like the I mean, if you expect, you know, if they did the close hold on last map, maybe you should have expected that they would again.
Yeah, but who expects a close hold on Hanamura?
On Hanamura, yeah.
Oh my God, they're just spraying their spawn. Well. That's just crazy.
I mean,
okay, well,
yeah.
Jack
I mean,
already has Shatter.
We mentioned subs. Yeah. We forgot to mention subs, but yeah, Mopi and Hayden are in, and I think Pumpku's in,
and Dilby's in for Eisen.
Dilby and Pumpku, yeah. But that's it. But other than that, I mean, this is just, yeah.
Well, this is just. Okay, Jack's dead.
Oh,
so
Jack's dead. So, yeah.
Maybe they can, you know, make something of that.
Yeah.
They're cutting away.
I should probably wait.
Yeah, but also like what should be building up is Shatter here, not hiding.
Yeah. I mean, they use window, right? I mean, Misa just used window on.
Because Jack's already back.
Yeah.
So that advantage didn't really mean much. Jack has Shatter now. He hits directly into the Divine Shield. There's a lot of ultimates here for NightDrive, but I don't know. I think it's getting walled off. And Jack's already killed Water again, but he goes down.
Oh, that's
and Nail's on point, so this is a very back and forth fight.
Yeah.
NightDrive should be able to win this. They have the man advantage here still, and yeah, Pulse goes down, Mopi goes down. Yeah, that should be first point. You know, interesting, you know, aggression here from Surfers.
Yeah, the hold from Surfers
that only works on
good, right?
Yeah, it only works if all your players stay alive. But
yeah. I mean, it was a good hold, like close hold, and then after that, when they were on point, I think they used like mostly every ult there that they had to try and hold it, and it still didn't work. So like, I think they should have maybe gone more aggressive.
They used all the ults on point, and NightDrive just wasn't on point. So they can TP on point. They're pushing them away. They might get a tick for free here. They get a tick for free. Yeah, there we go. Jack shatters into the Ryan Shield again. Doesn't get anything. They've gotten 2 ticks for free, and okay, they're just killing them. They just full cap.
Yeah.
Okay. That's that shouldn't happen.
A pretty fast time. Very fast time.
That's like, I mean, that's the anti-2CP where you just walk onto point and cap for free. There was no defense there from Surfers whatsoever. They just TP it onto point, wall them off, and just cap.
That's what I was saying. Like they used so much ults on first point. Like it just if you're gonna use that many ults on first, at least win the fight, right? Don't use the ults and then lose, and then go into next fight down by ults. So that was a strange one there. But hey, maybe they could do the reverse 2CP. You know, they go faster.
Yeah, I mean, like this is. So far, it's just like Surfers. I think finally, as I said, like NightDrive was trying to like counter the aggression that Surfers is putting forward, and it's sort of working. But on that second point, it was just them not doing anything. So Surfers were just like, we're just gonna let you cap. It's fine. We go
Surfers
next.
Like I don't know. I guess they didn't expect the sim TP. I guess that caught them off guard, but. You know?
But it wasn't even like a tricky TP, right? They just TP'd onto point.
No. Just TP.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Here comes the attack. They're playing the... Okay, here comes the Sim. Sim Roadhog Sigma. Hanzo.
Interesting.
Very interesting comp. I don't think I've seen this
Well,
comp
I'm guessing
in a
they're playing for picks, right? Their comp.
Yeah, but
is just
if you're gonna play a Sim, you want to go on point. Then you wouldn't play on picks and also play...
Sure, maybe they just want high ground. Maybe they...
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay,
They just...
they did okay. They
Well,
just kept some Pomku for free.
Well,
that's
you do lose
interesting.
that,
Well,
they are only
so
playing
far
for
they're just
right now.
so far they're just playing on the side of the point,
Yeah.
throwing in some damage. Oh, Roadhog's in the back. He gets the hook on in the skeleton. Okay, well this should be first point from Surfers. That's a very interesting comp. I don't think I've ever. I think even NightDrive was caught off guard by that.
Yeah, that's... I mean...
I don't even know how Fosworth got there.
Yeah,
Did
like
he walk
Fosworth just
through
walked
the
behind.
high ground on the right? I think.
I think
he must have, right?
through main, right? He just
I don't think he went through main
all the
because
high ground. Oh,
I think he went right and through the high ground and just went in the back.
maybe high ground. I mean, he just went behind him, right, and just got the hook. Like, that's interesting. Oh, well.
Palka's on the Bastion. Let's go. There's the classic NightDrive Hanamura comp, the Bastion on the high ground. You love to see it. But they're playing a counter Bastion comp pretty much, Surfers. So it should be interesting to see how this works out.
Here, this is gonna be dangerous.
Well, they have Lamp.
Big.
Yeah, they were the kite successfully. Lamp just, the not die button. And and there is first fight, and it's a very successful hold there from that. Hey, who says Bastion doesn't work, huh?
Yeah, maybe if we delete Lamp from the game, that would have been really cool.
But then you wouldn't be able to play Bastion, so
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Well,
swapped up their comp a bit.
Yeah, they're on the far now.
They've gone to a Pharaoh.
I'm not sure if they should be on the Symmetra still, but he does have wall, so.
Yeah. Maybe they just TP point.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do, but.
Yeah.
Bastion can TP from both high grounds, so they should be able to. Okay, here comes the Sigma ult. Okay, they're just falling over. Yeah, that should be it. I think this should be the point now.
I don't know. They maybe get a better time. Yeah, they get a better time. Wow.
That's just the least 2 CP I've seen.
That's 2 CP.
Like,
yeah, that's 2 CP.
Sometimes you just hold for 2 minutes, and sometimes you lose a fight immediately.
Yeah.
Neither of these teams very good on the stalling, as they say.
Yeah, they're more of an attacking team. We don't like defense. We just like to attack. So maybe we go for the 8-8, 8-8 draw on Hanamura. Maybe we'll watch that
do you think Surfers are gonna close hold again?
I mean, they shouldn't, but yeah, sure, go for it. I mean, why not?
True.
What are you gonna lose? Yeah. There's only 2 minutes left, so any time you get off the time, that's great.
What are you gonna lose is the map.
No. That will be fine. There's second point. They can just hold on second point. It's fine.
True. Simply give up first.
Just simply
hold second.
Just simply give up first. You in on first, and then you decide we will play the game now on second.
Well, NightDrive's ready for a close hold because they're going on the other door. So
yeah.
But Surfer's not.
Maybe this is Sydney's traps, right? Maybe they don't close. Yeah, maybe they mind game. They say no, we won't close out now. So you're ready for it, but we won't do it.
Very smart. Well, here we go.
They do have the sim one, so looks like they're gonna TP just to point.
Yeah, well, they just get pushed instead, and what it's already down. So that's a great anti-sim strat I've ever seen. Kill them before they even put the TP down. That's as I keep saying, the aggression from Surfers is just unmatched, and NightDrive just gets caught off guard. Like, I think when that happens, you should. Yeah, because they didn't have a Mei, right? So they couldn't really match that aggression. No. If they wanted, like, if they had a Mei there, they could have walled them off and, you know, killed the Ryan. But
I think if you're gonna play Sim, right, you go into into Mega and TP top left. Don't go main. Oh, that's
what? It's walled off. It's just gonna get killed. Yeah, that's another 5 win. This is just. I think this is then like it. This is again just aggression diff. You know, the aggression from servers is just not being matched on NightDrive, and they're just getting pushed back and just caught off guard.
I think if you're gonna play, I don't know.
I was gonna say, like, individually they're like, you know, they're playing well, but the aggression from surfers, they just can't handle it.
This is a good window here.
Shadow from Wathead doesn't really get anything, and you know, they're getting a few kills. You know, Pumpku comes in, gets a high noon from Texas, but I shouldn't be able to get anything. Everyone's hiding from him. And they're able to get onto point, get a couple kills, and should be first point. That's, again, I mean, I don't know how this keeps happening, where surfers just like they aggress really hard for 2 fights and then they just don't push and die.
Yeah, they lose the next one. I think they I don't know. They
just
seem to know how to.
They just like.
Yeah, I guess they know how to do 2 fights, but after those 2 fights, they're like, we have no idea what we're doing anymore.
It's just like they have an energy meter, right? They just like use it up, and they're like, "Yep, that's it. Now we just lose." Okay, Dilby, that's a great bomb from Dilby. Gets Chatter from Jack, gets Sue and the Mei ult as well. So they should still be holding this. But that was a great engage from Dilby, but it's not gonna be enough. And that's overtime, and that should be a hold.
Yeah. Big shatter from Jack.
If Jack doesn't hit that shatter, I think that might have been a cap. But Jack comes in clutch there at the end. 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
They met their quota, right? They met their quota of, we won 2 fights, we lost 1 fight, so now we know how to play the game again. You know, they remembered, they got their energy back, and they won the fight after that. So
this is looking very drawable.
Interesting. Would you get your telescope out and see if you can spot it off in the distance?
I don't want it to be a draw, but I think it's going to be one.
Yeah.
Because like we saw NightDrive's first attack was decent. Like, I mean, as in the attack that actually, you know, after the first hold, that attack was decent. If they're able to, you know, get up to the door, you know, maybe they can push through. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's interesting. So just want to play this comp again. I guess they think they're gonna get the picks needed to take to take the first point. But yeah, seems like the waifu bot rolling has infiltrated Team Jack.
Please. Why?
Yeah,
why must you torment me like this?
Sometimes you just gotta roll, you know.
Well, here we go, and this another the same comp coming in from surfers, the heavy pick comp, the same TP on the high ground. Now it's just a matter of, is Fallsworth gonna go in the backline and kill the Mei again, or the Lucio, whoever.
I mean, he's on the flank already.
He misses the hook. Well, they're ready for that time, didn't die, so
yeah,
you know, good adaptation. So far, just throwing in some damage. There goes the pick. That's what the pick comp does. The great pick there on Distortion, and then they can walk on point for free.
Yeah, that's probably the best pick. They have no heals now from NightDrive.
Yeah, they need to get a quick kill here, but they, you know, Water just walks out, gets frozen, gets killed, and that should be first. You know, this way you play the pick comp to get a pick, and
yeah,
it's just, you know, that's honestly that's really interesting how that pick happened, because he was like in the middle of all of them and just randomly gets hit by a Hanzo.
I mean, it's interesting to see that the BAP died, right? That's the worst pick. So like, I don't know how he died when you have a Ryan Shield and a Diva Matrix, but hey.
Yeah, I
sometimes
think
it
this is
happens.
this is
Sometimes
one of
Hanzo
those
just
unlucky.
Hanzo.
Yeah.
Just one of them Hanzo moments, you know.
Yep. I do not think Texas was actually trying to kill Distortion here. I think it was just spamming
Oh,
arrows.
definitely no. No.
Well, here we go.
Also,
1 minute
looks like
to capture a third. Will this be a draw? That's the question. I think it's gonna be a draw. I'm not gonna lie. Here comes the dragon. Not really aimed at anyone in particular. Just throws it in. Jack's about to go down. Yeah, this is looking like a hold. Wall comes in. It's not very good. What it goes down, so this might still be winnable. Moby's getting kills. Kinda goes down. Yeah, it is very close. Pumpko gets 2 kills, but I think Surfer should still take this.
I think that's it.
There it is.
Yeah, that's it.
That was. I mean, that should not have happened. Honestly, NightDrive had the first pick, and it should have felt that. But Surfers takes it in the end. 2-0 for Surfers. I would say as expected, but NightDrive put up a real good fight there, especially on Hanamura. They're very close. Almost there to a draw. But just the aggression there from Jack, just unmatched. I think Jack's undoubtedly our play of the match there, right? Like,
yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
Just,
I mean, yeah, like I mentioned, Jack he's been playing amazingly on Wrecking Ball throughout the season when it was the Wrecking Ball meta. Now that we've gone into sort of a rush sort of hybrid, he can play both, right? If they need to roll out on the Wrecking Ball, he can. They played the Hog Sig there. He's pretty good on the Sigma. And then when it comes to the Vine, I think his aggression was unmatched today. There was not really much beating Jack on the Vine at the moment. It was kind of aggression unmatched from NightDrive towards him.
Yeah, I mean, and also they weren't really playing like the classic rush. They're throwing in some wrenches, putting some weird comps, playing the Roadhog Sigma there on attack, which is very interesting. But so they're kind of they're trying out different things. They're not just playing the same comp as some teams are. Yeah. So very interesting to see how they will match up against like Resurge or something. Because I think that Roadhog Sigma comp might actually be a good counter to the Resurge comp that they always play. So we'll see how it works out for them. I think that's gonna be our I think that's gonna be our matchup as well. I think it's gonna be Resurge Surfers, right? Let me look at the bracket. No, it's gonna be Surfers Clients. So that should be an interesting matchup for next week. Who do you think will take that one?
I think if Surfers play the same way today, I think they'll be better in Rush. I think if Texas just sort of marks the Pharaoh or whatever Recurve's playing, I think that should be pretty good matchup there. Yeah, I think if clients are forced into Rush, I think Surfers win. But if they're not, the clients could easily take it.
Yeah, for sure. I think this should be a pretty fun match. I think they have a stylistic clash, so it should be interesting to see which team wins that. And that should be it for both of us, Cousin and me. Hope you guys enjoyed our casting. We have one more match to go, but before that, we're gonna throw it over to Bo for interviews.
All right.
Thank you so much, Invictus and Cousin. I'm joined here by two superstars, Texas and Jack. What a wonderful, what a dominant matchup. I've said wonderful too much. Let's break out the synonym book. What a dominant match. So the first thing I wanted to ask, in your matchup against NightDrive, we saw a lot of that rush mirror. So what do you think gives SYS the edge in said mirror?
You have me and Jack.
Yeah, we just kind of pound.
Who did I say? Hold on. Who did I say? I said Texas and Jack, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got it right.
Okay. So what do you think gives you that edge in the rush mirror?
Again, me and Jack.
Yeah. Both of us understand rush really well, and so basically we'll just take turns shot calling and like just pushing our aggression like as far as we can get it, just like limit testing all the time. And so that's kind of the secret, and we've just been doing that. Like you saw it on Hanamura. Like what are you gonna do if you see that coming at you? Like nothing.
Yeah, you don't see it. Simple as that.
Yeah, like I've been building 10-second shatters in scrims in this match. Like we just got it down to an art.
All right, and you did mention limit testing there, and a lot of that involves you pushing up really close to the spawn and getting those really early pickoffs. How do you think that benefits you and the team? Is it just like a mental thing getting in their head?
So this is something that I do with my actual team, right? So we call it drive-by, right? And it's just something that it catches people by surprise, like Panda said. Like, I don't know if it showed it in the stream, right? But Panda typed, that's new, right? Because no other team is going to do that. You expect, hey, we're able to take the space fast. This is space that no one's going to take. But, we're just going to, wall your 3 people off, and then we're going to flash you, fan you, and then we're going to get it all. Simple as that.
Yeah, at least on a personal level, I like it because we just hit the spawn and then just farming ults.
And then after that, they spend the next 30 seconds wondering why they did that, and then they're surprised by another attack.
Yeah, that really outpacing your opponent. That's really important in these rush mirrors. What else do you do to really try to outpace them? Because we see a lot of Sydney Surfers fights be won through outpacing the opponent. What else do you do to set the tone?
Realizing your win conditions and stuff like that. Like when they're on Symmetra, right? They're already looking for their TP. So I'm pretty sure like on the second round, you've seen us immediately like speed into them as soon as we identified that they had Symmetra, right? Because if they have Symmetra, they technically have no damage. If they're increase them, they have no wall, so we can just go in, look for a wall, kill someone. Outpacing someone just really means just identifying your win conditions and what you can go off of. Alright. Also, we have Jack.
Yeah, it also just really gets into their head when like you're just always going aggro, and then the minute you take like kind of a passive fight, they're like, oh my god, like you're just sweating. So they don't really have an opportunity to take it.
And also because it's like rush, you're supposed to rush at them, not sit.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and then those moments when you do get shooken up, what do you guys do to recover fast?
Tell Hayden not to feed.
Yeah, basically that's kind of like the one weak spot in our team, right? Because the chain's only as strong as the weakest link. So sometimes if your Lucio gets a bit lost in the sauce, there's not much you can do.
All right.
It's simple as if we lose the fight, we blame Hayden, and then we tell him not to feed.
Easy.
He's just the butt of the joke, even though he's your
captain.
The
scapegoat.
Yep.
You nailed it.
All right. So you are moving on to upper bracket, and you are going up against Clients, and I believe Recurve had some very spicy words. Unfortunately, we don't have Hayden with us, but
we don't need Hayden.
He said some spicy words in regards to that. Are you looking forward to this matchup against Clients?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of free. I mean, they're Fire 1 tricks, right? Like
what are you gonna do when your boy Texas pulls out the Korean and just shoots you out of the sky? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. They run a lot of those unorthodox comps, and we have seen deviations from you, but do you think you're gonna have the edge with those supplements?
I think we just know what's gonna happen, and we know what they're gonna run, and so we can take the time to think about what we're gonna do in response. Like we have a whole week to prepare, so we're just gonna get in there and rough them up.
No, we're just gonna roll. Simple.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Texas and Jack, for joining me. We're gonna go to our final. We're gonna be going to our final matchup: Katboy Crew versus Drip Difference. It's gonna be real close. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, everyone. Glad to make it to the final game of Saturday in this playoff upper bracket. My name is Beeg, alongside the infamous Rainbow here. We have the last match of the day here, Katboy Crew against Drip Different. And the winner of this game, if I believe is correct, goes to play Resurge. So this is setting up to have a lot of implications here. So Rainbow, nice to see you again. You can see that me and him have went a slightly different direction from the other caster crews, that they went with some of the more formal takes tonight with the suit and jacket. But you know what? We're on vacation. So Rainbow, I want you to talk to us a little bit about our choices in attire and also the match.
Well, I mean, the entire is just, we felt there was so much business formal today. We felt like everyone was so uptight. They were so hardcore, like ready to be locked in, like sweating it up in that suit. But we felt like bring it up, little party in the back, keep it a little bit fresh. We got to let ourselves breathe, wind down the day with a relaxing glass of like whiskey and maybe a sit on the porch. We got to let ourselves breathe a bit. In regards to the game, however, we are going to be seeing a bit more intense play going on here, a bit more hardcore emotions riding on this match. We've got, Katboy Crew coming off a pretty solid season, looking pretty strong overall, with a very, I think, strong, solid main lineup here. Azu, one of the better off tanks in the league, going up against Guac and Riptide, who have continued to perform extremely well overall. And you've got Synex, who is last season's perhaps one of the most infamous players after finals. Just the way that they played on Echo is like no one else in the league. And going into this, I think we can see a lot of strong play ready to be exemplified. And I think we're going to see a lot more, well coordinated, strong team play compared to perhaps some of the lower tier teams that rely a lot more on chaos.
Yeah, one thing I definitely am looking forward to right now is how Drip Difference is coming into this match on a hot streak. Just from looking on the Solomon.gg website, is the fact that they have 4 straight wins, even through the kind of playoff games from last weekend. So they're feeling really good, and it seems like this DPS line of Psyonix and Sage has been a pretty standout duo as we head into our first map of Rialto.
Yeah, and looking at this, it seems like we're gonna be seeing some rush mirrors here. We've seen a lot of the Lucio BAP rush lineups. I know that Obscure is a lot happier to be playing BAP over any other hero. When I've talked to him in the past, he's talked about how broken it is right now and how you can really feel like a DPS player is BAP. So I'm interested to see if he takes more on of a damage role here, if he's gonna play back, hoping to support Guac a bit more as they go in here. Start out Synex's infamous McCree starting out here. The man almost more well known for his McCree than his Echo, as we're seeing Riptide sort of hop up onto the high ground here, start to give a little poke before he drops back down, just hoping to get some damage, scout him off, maybe get people to drop like he did Peepo there. As now they take the corner, starting to get some damage up. Penglex at half health, he's going to have to play a bit more careful, but still looking for that flash, hoping to get some maybe quick plays off, making sure that they can essentially wipe down a character with that, as Maywall comes out from Magnolia to make sure that they can push into the team, and they've instantly killed Synex Sage. The double fire strike from Peepo to finish him off, and that should be a cleaned up team fight for the Katboy Crew.
I thought that was an excellent way to start off the match here for Katboy Crew, to kind of set the tone right. You saw the discipline coming in. You had them, for saying we play in Valorant in the chat, but they are taking that high ground, being very disciplined with that. And of course, when they wanted to go and aggro on the Drip Difference, you saw the aggression come out and the efficiency. And then what comes of that is that Peepo has the Shatter ready to go. Look at the difference there in the Rhine mirror. You have only at 60%. This is dangerous because they may not even know that Peepo has the Shatter ready to rock.
Yeah, and it looks like going in here, we're seeing, we've got Synex on the high ground looking for some flashes, some easy kills. As Katboy is sitting on the cart, it sort of seems like we've switched sides on who's attacking, who's defending. Maywall comes out, catches Peepo. He's dropped low, and they instantly have to drop Lamb to keep him alive. He shatters down, catches 4, and it looks like, oh man, Grunt's gonna have to build beat here if he's gonna want to hold this off, but it looks like Obscure pops window first to make sure they can lane down this cart, as Peepo is forced to hide behind. Now that the window's popped from Paul, they can actually start to aggress again, but Peepo instantly drops as he's caught out alone. There's no one there to help him, and now they're starting to push the car around this corner. Hardest point of point A so far besides the finish. And now we are slowly just starting to see kills come in now as Synex catches someone, as well as Guac finding 2, meaning that without the D.Va there to peel, Ryan coming back is not going to happen. This should be a finish fight again. Drip Difference taking this corner, as now they've got they can maybe stall for 2 fights, but it's definitely at least 1 more going in.
Yeah, for sure. And Katboy crew honestly has been doing the job that they wanted to do. They just want to make this as slow as possible as that high noon comes out proactively from Cynex, just trying to space to try and get that up. But the wall is already invested, so you're already seeing utility come out, and that leads to kills.
Oh, and since there's no Ryan to protect them, they instant get the shatter down, but the freeze comes out from Magnolia. They catch a few, but even then, it looks like Azu's just trying to get some kills in the back, and now that BAP is low, he's bopped him off. Azu getting another kill there with the help of Magnolia. They've been doing a really good job on this maze, spacing out drip difference. And now they've got a baby diva to stall here as they just slowly start to make sure that they can keep out this push for as long as possible.
Yeah, you said it yourself. I mean, a couple minutes earlier, is that other than C in Rialto, this point is the hardest to take here on the attack. And here, right where drip difference got stopped, is the hardest spot to get stopped in, right? All the distance you have to come back here with only 55 seconds left to go. They do have a bomb and that blizzard ready to go, and Chimera just invested their blizzard, or just their beat. So as long as they play this right, they should be able to win this fight.
Oh, great wall from Magnolia. They blocked that bomb perfectly as now the walls come out from Obscure with the May. Oh, they don't touch. The May freeze pushes them all off of cart and they don't lose point A. That was such a big point for them. They could have held that so well with the ults they were about to cycle, but even so, it seems they've lost it. No point in staying in the past, as now it seems they're forced to back up. They are now into point B, and even with these kills, those respawns are going to be so short distance that they need to be backing off right now, trying to get out, making sure that they aren't letting all this free card push across a bridge occur.
Yeah, and this is still a really good spot to hold, even if you did concede that final point, just because all the bevy of ults the drip difference threw at them. They have a lot of ults coming up in their own right. Katboy and Pengulex has that high noon ready to go. Magnolia is close to that blizzard as well. So as long as they can hold this for another minute or two, this is in good shape for them.
Oh, and Paul drops to the high noon. They get the shatter off there, but it catches two, but it's not enough now because Guax shatters out, catches Camera in the back. With no Lucy to speed them out, this is going to be tough. They have to just engage on cart, hold it for as long as possible. And now Magnolia, they're sitting there. They're not going to drop any ults. They're just waiting to, make sure that they can hold this push for as long as possible. As drip difference, 2 minutes on the clock to make it through point B here.
And drip difference has to take the high ground here, try and get control of that choke on that high ground near the stairs. And I think the biggest difference here that we want to watch here is what is the effectiveness of these two amplification matrices. Paul and Obscure have them ready to go. How much utility is it going to draw out as we see an early bomb?
Bomb from Riptide comes out, doesn't catch one, but Paul falls. No window now for Katboys. They've instantly just cleaned this up, and with that, the high ground is taken. Drip difference have the crucial point that you really need here on this middle point of the map to just absolutely make sure that any sort of hit scan or DPS players that you want up top, they're protected, they're further away. It's harder to hit them with that ledge right there. And
will they touch this though? I mean, because Katboy, oh, there we go.
They expect to. They're coming in. The shatter comes out. Only catches Pengulex, but they drop beat with the window now. Windows drop from both sides, and it doesn't seem like anyone's died yet. With both beats coming out now, just pressing Q more. Magnolia. They find Grunt Food after they drop the beat, but Sage finds Paul. No immortality lamp to keep anyone alive. With that though, Azu is able to catch Guac with the bomb. No Ryan for that means it's going to be a lot harder for them to dish out damage. Meaning Peepo has a much easier time. They're forced out. Katboys do a very excellent hold. They burn so much there. There's the only ult on the board right now is Peepo.
That's right. I mean, I was just about to comment right before that fight when it started like that. I mean, they had 5 ults ready to go, minus Peepo's coming up quickly, and they invest all 5 of them, right? I mean, we know we build ults pretty quickly in this meta, but now, I mean, they only have 1 win condition. That's hoping Peepo pops off here. But, I mean, drip difference doesn't have a lot to work with either. So, I mean, this is coming down to pure execution and clutch factor in this last fight.
Right, they're both trying to take high ground right now. Both of them sitting there, hoping to find this one little corner. As they're starting to push around now, the May has to ice block early. It's going to be tough now for later in the game. But Magnolia falls to Guac. They don't have any freeze or any ways to stop the Rhino as much, and so that means that drip difference, they just get to push out to point. The shatter comes out though and catches both the tanks, and now with Riptide DMAC, they won't have bomb. They have to kill Guac before he's able to get his ult here. He's getting healed up though as Azu catches 2. Without the Lucier May, the Ryan is a lot more free, and even though Guac has shatter, he only catches Azu, which is perhaps the worst target for a Ryan shatter. The Synex high noon comes out, doesn't catch anyone with the window though, meaning that they could possibly touch, but they have to jump forward into the Ryan shield. It's going to be so tough, and instantly they're swung down by the Ryan. This is looking like a point B hold for Katboy crew.
Yeah, I mean, just by the end there, they really can't. Not a lot of win conditions for drip difference to kind of go off of. You know, Guac was able to build a shatter there, but just didn't have enough effectiveness, only shattering the Diva. As you see, a lot of the staggering comes in. You're trying your best as ball when you're trying to go on a point composition like that can just brawl you as hard as you can, and Guac's not gonna have much stats. So really good hold there by the Katboy crew. And I think the biggest notable thing for me is how long each of those fights took. And I mean, the amount of time that they drew from just that first point alone, and then right after that first point in that choke, continuing to take as much time off the clock as possible. That is textbook. And this in this meta, I mean, it's still an objective-based game, right? You have all the kind of engagement, kind of triggers from the wall, from your amplification matrices, and the flashbangs from the eats from D.Va. But still, I mean, just as long as you can make these fights drag out as long as possible on the defense, you're winning. And that's what nets them a hold on streets.
Right, yeah. And I think that's one of the things that often gets overlooked with this sort of meta. Like, I know people are usually pretty tired of this. Besides the Rhine mains, the Rhine mains are like rejoicing right now.
Oh yeah.
That a lot of these like team comps are often like chess pieces or puzzle pieces fitting together, and when you remove one of them, it can often like essentially end a fight with that. So you're getting a pick on someone like the Lucio or the Mei can instantly change the way that the team has to play, and I find that so fascinating. I feel like that. I feel like that's such a cool way to look at it, is how like this like Jenga tower for each team like gets shook at all. And seeing that kind of play out is always like a fascinating time.
Yeah, and it really ends up being that flowchart Overwatch, right? You just kind of, both of them are waiting for like that wall to go up to try and brawl. Eventually that BAP is going to get the amplification matrix within like less than a minute because of all the damage, right? Everyone pops it at the same time, immortality field comes out, and then the true fight begins after that, right? So you have to get all that utility out of the way first before the actual skill can be brought up. But yeah, I agree, both of all the Rhine mains in the world are loving, because you can build these shatters so fast and you can really make a difference.
Right, Riptide sitting behind the enemy team here as they force Maywall, but doesn't catch anyone. Both the Immortality Lamps force now. Azu, though, does catch Guac early. No Rhine means that the rest of Katboy crew can just aggress onto Drip Difference and just finish this fight. As now Camera finds the Mei. This is looking like it's cleanup, and now it looks like they've got the baby D.Va there. They decide to kill early instead of stalling, obviously, because now that they're on attack, there's no reason to. They just got to push through, and Drip Difference could maybe come back for one more fight here.
Yeah, they definitely will try and contest, but I mean, we talked about how Rhine mains love this meta, but it also is still a really fine line, right? If you're not careful, you can get burst down before you even go for a fire strike, right? Just because all the focus fire, even from the supports themselves. So, like, as they head into this fight, this is really important that both main tanks stay alive. And look at the advantage again in the Rhine ult advantage.
Yeah, early there, we see Riptide get demacked, and as soon as Guac drops, they drop the Shatter just to finish the fight quickly. They want to get through point A as fast as possible and save this time bank for point B here. Having this much time going into this is massive for them. 5 minutes gives them so much time for wiggle room and like different strategies to figure out if something doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, the one good thing that Drip Difference has coming into this is the advantage in the Blizzard, right? So Sage has over a 50% advantage here, and the most notable thing is Chimera doesn't have that beat yet. So if they play this really fast, they might be able to win this and stop them, but at least they're taking high ground.
Yeah, they take high ground back really quickly. They do a really good Maywall to split off from the BAP from the Rhine there, meaning that it's going to be so much tougher for them to do that, so they have to drop immediately, just go to card. And with that, they're able to catch Penglex. As I say that, though, the other McCree drops, and now with the freeze out onto Grunt, he slowly unfreezes both support ults, ready for Drip Difference. It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to use here, as Magnolia now has also come up on their Mei freeze, but Magnolia, they drop to Obscure, meaning that now the Rhine is free. But again, as I say that, the Guac is caught out by Peepo. It's chaos. It's just
and this is worst case scenario for Drip. They didn't use really any of their ults other than High Noon that dropped them off the high ground, but that was only for a split second. Look at all the ultimates that Katboy crew has coming into this final fight, what could potentially be this final fight, but they have 4 minutes to make this work if it doesn't, right? So Drip Difference has all the incentive to use this.
Right, they drop window early to push them back. They're doing the very smart move of pressing the S key on their keyboards, just waiting it out. Now coming in, bomb drops to engage over the top. Mei freeze comes out forward aggression. We are now seeing only Obscure and Guac frozen, and nothing else comes out for it, but the Shatter comes out now, just ults everywhere. More Q presses. I need to see more Q as he catches Sage with the D.Va, with the D.Va casing. People catches Synax with the Fire Strike. This should be finishing the point, as now that was a very clean engage using those 6 ults from Katboy to finish the fight.
Yeah, I know we talked about we're the ones that are dressed for the party, but it's really the ult fiestas that are happening in the game that have been really notable. I mean, just it seems like both of these teams are waiting until all 6 of each other have ults, and then just kind of run at each other with them. And sometimes it looks like there's no plan in sight, and just whoever gets more effectiveness out of that Blizzard, bigger Shatter, whoever kills the Reinhardt first, it just seems like it kind of devolves into that chaos, like you said. in the end. But I mean, Katboy Crew does overall look like the more polished team so far in this matchup.
Absolutely, and I mean, what do you think needed to change there for drip difference to make that fight a bit more viable? Like that last fight there, they had so many ults available, and it felt like there was just like a weird engage going on. Like, what had to happen there?
I think they knew the pressure, the fact that they had 4 minutes to full hold on that streets, and they had a lot of tools to use it. So I think it was a good idea to use the amplification mix, maybe just a touch too early, because it allowed them to kind of disengage pretty free. But I think overall, from a map perspective, it was just one of those slippery slope maps, right? You get picked off early as a main tank, you automatically lose that fight. You have to back up. They have ult advantage there easily in the beginning, so then you lose the next fight, right? You don't invest enough in your third fight because you try and take the ult economy back, and then by the time you're there, there's a 4-minute kind of disadvantage for you going into that potentially last fight. So I don't think drip difference is out of this by any means. I think just once you make a mistake and then you make another mistake, they can chain together for multipliers and exponentially so, and I think that's what happened.
Right, you've got kind of like a Devil May Cry like style system that keeps going up and up and up. You have to be careful about that the style meter doesn't get too high on you.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, and the fact that you die once and you're like, all right, you come back, and that affects the mental a little bit too. Because you know you're better than that, and you have a better showing than that, as drip difference has been winning their last couple of games, and they're disappointed in that first result. But I mean, they can come back here and even the series up in this next map.
Yeah, and it definitely like going back to what you were saying, like that using that the window early can often feel like a bit of a mistake, because like you're trying to use that after they've engaged, right? After they've committed to that fight, which is again why Katboys were able to just so immediately leave, as they hadn't invested anything, so they had no reason to like immediately engage on top of it. They could just back out, they could just leave, and like, all right, we can just wait out the 10 seconds or whatever. We've got 4 minutes to sit here and be ready to use our 6 whenever we want.
Yeah, I mean, the onus is on them to do stuff, right? Like, 'cause otherwise, drip difference can Katboy Crew can literally just kind of pick the perfect fight for them to win, right? Because they have all those ults ready to go, and then they have to be and drip difference has to be the one that wins wins every single fight going out. Like, you have to be perfect. So, I mean, it's not a situation you ever want to find yourself in.
Definitely not. And both these teams feel fairly balanced. It seems like Katboy got a bit up on drip diff in terms of just strategy there, and just a bit of luck in terms of like fight breakdown. But these definitely feel like teams in terms of like SR and like just like decision making skills. It feels like they're pretty even. So I'm excited to see where this next map goes with Hanamura, because I think that obviously this is a drip difference pick, which means that we're going to be seeing a lot more like this is their map. They've prepped for this. They're ready. They have an idea of what they want going into this, and I'm excited to see what they've decided works best for them.
Yeah, and also, I mean, like you said, they're very even, and I think that the seeding actually reflects that. If you look at their fourth and fifth seeds, trying to compete for that fight against the first seed in Resurge, whoever wins this. So unsurprisingly, we will see Katboy Crew coming out hinting with the Symmetra. I mean, it's always a popular pick on Hanamura, just because of how unrelentingly awful, to be honest, that choke is.
Wait a minute, are we seeing a Junkrat Reaper here? No, May?
Oh my god, I mean... That's
I don't know.
That's interesting. On defense too.
Yeah,
that's dangerous because what happens if Katboy Crew rolls out with like a Pharah or an Echo? They would get absolutely demolished. I mean, they won't, but it's risky.
I mean, for sure. And looking at this, like, you're essentially relying on the fact that like someone isn't caught out by the Maywall. Like, if this Reaper gets caught out and he just can't move anywhere, like it's an instant death for the team, and that can immediately mean the fight is almost over. They do seem like they lose Paul instantly though, because of the junk, which is good. You want that, right? You want that instant damage output. With the immortality dropped early, Sinix catches another 2, and he goes down to the turret from Pangalex. Even so, that was a very quick fight. That was the sort of fight that Katboy want to take though, where it's quick, it's fast. You have many more chances if every fight goes at that speed.
Sonic's going hunting with that trap, getting the kill with the trap. Who would have thought? I mean, that takes skill. I don't know what else you want to say, but yeah, I mean the Junkrat pick, coming in value with 80% already to that Riptire. That's gonna be really dangerous, because again, I don't think they realize that's gonna be coming.
Oh no, the Maywall came out early and they instantly got the Rhine down. That was rough. They froze him outside of the map lamp, but Sinix, as I say that, catches 2 there. And even then, Camera's able to hunt him down while he's trying to pop tire, instantly kill Cynex. This should be point A of Hanamura.
And it seems like this has happened a couple times now where Guac is the first one to go down, and I don't think it's anything against him. I think it's just he's trying to play at a level of aggression that the rest of the team isn't either on, or there's some desync going on in some way, or maybe it's just the Katboy crew just doing a really good job of isolating the main tank, but that has led to pretty free fights for them so far.
It definitely feels like there's just a Mei presence diff in terms of that, like, not having that Mei there makes it so much tougher for Guac to take those aggressive plays, where having that Mei wall allows you to, the instant freeze somebody, you're getting that wall out, so you're separating them from their healers. It gives so much more space for, like the Reinhardt to just instantly run up on them because they can keep their healing from their supports while the enemy Rein is cut off.
And this is really dangerous. So, I mean, as long as Drip Difference can hold this high ground, they should be okay. But, I mean, the moment they get on point, having that Mei presence, like you said, is going to be really important.
Oh, yeah. And both teams drop lamps early. They're looking to take each other's down. Both lamps drop with now Obscure's wall coming out, making sure that they can sort of separate the team on the high ground. And now Sage is dropping with the ult. He isn't able to, he only catches Penglex there at the very end. He doesn't find anybody else. Now we've got many people sitting here on point as Cynex decides that he doesn't want to sit on high ground as McCream would rather drop to point as Sage dies, just trying to go for a point stall here. Riptide tries to run up to just make sure that they can keep the point alive. I think he was going for bomb, but the freezes gets him. He's dropped the mail from Magnolia. They make sure that they can, try and get as many people as possible, but even then, they weren't able to get enough kills with it, and it looks like Drip Difference is able to stabilize here and hold point B without giving away a tick.
This is really good start here for Drip Difference, just to be able to stop the bleeding. I think the fact that Katboy crew invested a lot in that one, and just the advantage of those defender spawns on 2C proves to be too much, and also the fact that Grunt had that beat to be able to counter Magnolia's Blizzard once they were able to freeze Riptide, right? So you had all of the different sequence of events there kind of led to a good hold for Drip Difference. Let's see if they can do it again here.
Right, yeah. Coming in, they initiate with bomb early, trying to throw it outside, but they've all sped inside. Now Paul throws down Widow to make sure that all those who've aggressed now onto the high ground here. Wow. Caught out with that, though. Cynex goes to pop high noon, but I think he does it for an immediate reload. Even so, we are seeing Penglex drop early. Bomb from Azu doesn't catch anybody, as now he remexed, looking to make sure that he can keep the peel onto Pipo. Dropping down to low ground to keep both the DPS now trapped in the corner. Cynex falls to Paul, and now that they've demeched Azu as well, both divas are out, and the shatter comes out there from Guac, catching 3, which is big. And now as they go to charge on each other, Pipo goes to the charge back. Penglex dropping the ult to make sure they can point clear as anyone tries to jump out and stall. They catch Obscure at the gates while he has window, and now Camera can throw down beat to instantly just make sure that is much tougher, if not impossible, for Drip Difference to finish taking this point. Now Guac out here on the high ground is Riptide. It just tried to go for the freeze, but is frozen before Magnolia can pop Blizzard. Now DMAC, Pipo just making sure they can keep swinging, trying to make sure that he protects his team with the shield. Looks like they're holding up well on the own though, and that is looking like it's 2 minutes 35 seconds for Katboy crew.
Yeah, before the fact that all of the kind of trickling in and trying to contest the point for as long as possible came in from Drip Difference, Guac getting a massive shatter to try and hold that point, but what was even bigger was the immortality field by Paul. So he tried to kill one of the squishies, I believe it was Azu, who was out of mech, with the fire strike, and it was at the perfect time that immortality field activate to be able to save them. And I mean, Guac just didn't have the support to be able to back it up because I think he was one of the only ones left on the point. So, I mean, that one is really tough to be able to swallow for Drip Difference because they were going to be on the verge of turning that fight. And just one piece of utility from Katboy crew for one immortality field, I think really was what made the difference there. So credit to Paul, just absolutely popping off. I mean, when you give someone like that the high ground, you can freely output all the damage they want, all the healing they want with no contest. That's going to spell doom for Drip Difference as 2 minutes and 35 on the clock for Katboy crew. That's a pretty respectable time on 2CP. They should be pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. Quick hello to the SI Not Found Raiders. Glad you all could join us here on this wonderful evening as we are in the first evening of the BPL upper bracket playoffs. We got last game of the day here, Katboy versus Drip Difference. But like you said, yeah, like giving Paul that high ground there is so dangerous, especially for a back where he has a view of the whole battlefield.
Yeah.
Having that space where he can just like sit above, he has a perfect view of all of his teammates. He can throw window down for himself or his team. He's got a lot more like mobility with that and a lot more decision making available to him, and that can be really tough to break. Coming in here though, we are seeing again the Hanzo for Sinex now instead of the Junk or the Sim, and the Mei now for Sage. I feel like Mei is a necessity on attack, as now they try and drop wall. They sort of mess it up there from Katboys and isn't super able to clear everything off, but they decide to Mei wall, go up on the high ground, as now people trying to swing, but he's dropped solo. They have to pop Immortality Field early, and Azu is Mac. That's so rough for them. But now Mei wall has trapped them in this corner, and now that Sinex is dropping low, they can start to play a bit more aggressive and start to, take a bit more space. Kipo slams Shatter down and catches 3 to make sure they win this fight. And even though Sage is able to catch Paul there, that's a quick cleanup kill from the rest of Katboys.
I don't even think Drip Difference, and more importantly, Guac, realized that Pipo had that Shatter ready to go. I mean, I think I don't know whatever happened with the fact that he got maybe more swings in. Maybe his Fire Strike wasn't eaten by Azu. Either way, just building that out literally 3 times as fast as Guac and just getting a surprise Shatter. I mean, yeah, the Hanzo pick is really interesting here. You're going to rely much more on picks, and Katboy can play this much at a faster, brawly, up-close pace.
Right, and having that Hanzo does help you break Ryan Shield much quicker, meaning that, his value is dropped a lot lower. With that, though, we are seeing, though, the windows pop from Obscure to push them off point, but now Paul drops his own, and a beautiful wall from Sage makes sure it's much harder to use. Dragon comes through, Sinex splitting the team in half. Maywall is forced out now. It seems like Drip Difference have controlled the point. Azu's sitting around, though, just trying to build it as fast as possible, but he's DMX'd, and his ult is eaten by Riptide, as now Sinex finds Pengalex. Even though Camera finds Sage, this is looking like a 1 fight for Drip Difference. All they can hope for right now is stall, and even so, Drip Difference are looking to cap this right now, finishing up the kill onto Cam. That is a 5-minute time bank for Drip Diff.
Magnolia trying to invest that Blizzard in what seemed like probably a lost fight is going to be not good for Katboy Crew. Of course, they do have some other ults, including Beat. That Drip Difference also has to counter them as well. So this is actually an incredible turn of events for Drip Difference. And Sinex on that Hanzo actually proves to be effective. That Dragon is what really caught out Pipo when he was trying to contest the Bell position on point and just took out like pretty much 90% of his health, and it was all of a matter of time for Drip Difference to be able to take that point.
Right, now coming in here, we're going to see it be really tough for Katboys, seeing so many ults ready to go here, as now Bomb is dropped from Riptide out onto map, hits only the Immortality Field, but as I say that, Magnolia gets shattered, instantly dropping them, and now it looks like Drip Difference have a very clear fight on the point here. It's going to come down to stalls, and now Azu drops Bomb early to make sure that they can try and get some extra kills, and even so, Azu goes to the remake, is instantly almost at 1, and now B comes out to make sure they can finish this, as the high unit pop, trying to make some zones happen, but Azu also eats the Dragon, by the way. Another beautiful E from these Divas here. It's DMX'd again below, but even so, there's been enough kills going on here that it looks like Katboy is going to be able to hold this. Sage Soldier? I beg your pardon? What? Beak, what's the reason? What's happening with that?
That had to be just a contest thing. I don't know if they'll stick with that. We'll see. Yeah, they're gonna go right back to it. I think they were trying to go for the snowball, and they almost had it too. I mean, the one thing that they couldn't really overcome is the fact that Katboy Crew had a bunch of ultimates. They literally used all 4 of them there, the middle ones as you see on that screen, and most importantly that Chimera beat, just sustaining them, being able to aggro on that point. But Grunt now has a beat on their own that they can be aggressive with once they get to point, but that's the most important part, once they get to point.
Right, yeah, they had to get there. Windows dropped early for Katboys. They're doing the same thing that Obscure did on Rialto, as now they're just sort of waiting it out, trying to make sure that they can force them into a corner. It's a good time stall there, it's a spacing window. Trying to make sure that they can keep them out for as long as possible.
Yeah, I think everyone's just kind of jockeying for position here until a pick comes in.
Of course, that's rough, and with that, I think that we're going to see Drip Difference aggress a bit towards the point, as now Katboys are forced to drop. The window doesn't do anything, and now with that, we are seeing the Shadow from Pipo not catch anyone. Penglux is able to find the Sage, which means that Ryan is going to have a lot harder time aggressing here onto the enemy. Although with the beat from Grunt, it should be a lot easier, I will say, for them to actually take the space here on the point. With that, they're going to start taking some percentage here. They got to start getting some ticks.
And I think that's where that beat comes in. That was so huge, right? Towards that end of the mid fight, all the utility is already used by both teams, but that extra burst of health was just all that was needed, as there's a cleanup is coming in here. It's just a matter of how much time is going to be taken off this clock.
Right, wait, the freeze comes out though. They got to take care of this Immortality Field now to try and kill the Rhine here. They catch him as they split him with the wall against the Immortality Field, meaning that he is able to get the benefits of it. It's all line of sight. And with that, now the stalls are coming out from Katboy Crew. This is a 2 CP nightmare. This is this is the Snyder cut of 2CP maps. I'm telling you right now.
This is why we won't see this game mode in Overwatch 2 whenever that comes out. Maybe when I'm retired.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is absolutely devastating for Drip Difference. They invest a ton of ultimates in that and a lot of time too. I mean, you see the fact that Katboy crew is now have over a minute at advantage just now before the fight is now going to start. But Blizzard is coming online for Sage, and Chimera is coming up with their own beat to be able to counter this. So it's more of a who's going to kind of flinch first, be able to use each one of these ults proactively versus have to reactively use them.
Right, and coming in here, we're gonna start to see. Dragon comes out early, trying to force them and split them into a small room of high ground. B comes out now to keep them all alive. As now Grunt has to hopefully try and build something here with this freeze. Though they're gonna be able to catch at least Azu here in the corner. They're gonna be able to find him though. As eventually he's just gonna drop bomb to make sure that they can remech, keep this stall going. As now he instantly gets demech. With that, the wall is dropped from a scare as he has full control of the high ground, but he instantly drops off of it, meaning this wall is useless. They've done nothing with it. Immortality field in the lower corner to keep himself alive now as Grunt is dropping beat onto point to finish the aggression. And with that though, I mean, Guac is down. They're going to have a hard time holding this point, as we're probably going to see Peepo run out here with Shatter unless we see something crazy happens. Now the Mail comes out. It gets eaten by Magnolia, and the Dragon instantly comes out, catches too. Now Guac has caught Grunt here. He does not have Shatter anymore. He used it and did not get the kills he needed. Guac is coming back, but bomb is dropped by Riptide to be able to remech. Isn't able to catch everyone, but it does drop Azu very low. Caught out by Guac to make sure that they can get the kills. High Noon doesn't catch one, but now Magnolia with the punch is able to catch Sage. This is looking like another hold for Katboy crew. This is it. I think they've just won the match.
Oh my
they're
god.
about to finish Grunt here, and that's it. They've got no one left. Oh my goodness, that's just 2CP at its worst. I'm so sorry to Drip Difference. That is rough for them.
2CP strikes again, ladies and gentlemen. Good lord.
I think that might be the fastest match I've ever casted.
That hurt. That was painful to watch for Drip Difference on that attack. Is just oh man, that sucks. That's all I can say. That's the high analytical content that I can provide. Honestly, at one point, I saw that Drip Difference had the advantage on point, and for Katboy, it was really just about, trying to get it to overtime, right? Because I mean, if you're gonna lose the fight, get it to overtime, make sure they don't have another attack, and then maybe this was only prolonging the inevitable if that were to be the case. But yeah, I mean, that's just 2CP at its finest. That's lack of focus fire. That's clutch shots when it's needed. And Katboy is advancing to go play Resurge in the next round. That hurts.
That super hurts because every fight you could feel like every time Drip Difference made it to the point, that felt like a point that should have been won there. That should have been the end of the round every time. It just came down to like you come back and you get so lucky with like just getting one pick. That's all you need to be able to get like these like quick kills, and like you run on like the ball of stall, you get like the doom in there like we saw, just to make sure that they can keep that point alive, just to make sure that again really with 2CP all you're looking for with those stalls is just to run the clock down. It's not always about can you save this point every time, it's just how long can we sit here on the point, run it down, because every second in 2CP does count for that exact reason. You see like that 5-minute time bank at the end of it doesn't mean much when you just every time it's just every fight's going for a minute and a half. You're losing all this opportunity every time because the defense has so much space to just keep dragging out every single little kill.
And you can't let I mean, it's easier said than done, but you can't let those contest characters like Doomfist, like Mei, even though they're playing Mei anyway, or like Ball, like get too much value, right? Because not only was the Doomfist coming out to contest, he got kills with that Doomfist, right? I mean,
he got that's the Sage,
and that's the problem, right? And like you can't let that happen if you're Drip Difference, and that's the separation of like some of those elite top tier 2 Overwatch League teams. When you have those contests coming out onto a 2CP like that Doomfist or that Mei, if they're swapping to it, then that gets deleted like that. Because you have to. They're like that high value target. Otherwise, they are going to one tap you like that Sage did, or what Sage fell victim to. And just some really wonky stuff. Like even to like you said, the fact that it seemed like Drip Difference was always on the verge of victory until they weren't. I mean, that's why like you have the ebbs and flows of fights across all of the maps of Overwatch, but 2CP is just its own animal. And the fact that I think at one point, the Baptiste of Drip Difference, I think that was obscure, ended up behind enemy lines of of Katboy
Yeah.
crew, and no one noticed, and he was able to slide right past them back into his own backline into high ground, and still they lost that fight because the lack of awareness there. But just a lot of zany stuff going around that only happens in playoffs.
Right, yeah. And with that, like, I feel like at that point, it just becomes like you're missing that McCree there to really have that instant, like, flash focus fire ability.
Right.
And, like, playing the
Yeah.
Hanzo's good
CC is so important.
Right, yeah. You need that ability to be able to just, like, shut that down. That's what the Mei is for, right? You get that Mei for the CC. You get that CC from the Lucio to try and boops around position. And sometimes you just don't have that. With that though, I think that's gonna do it for us. Speak our quick our quick 20-minute game here for us. Right, we speed run. We hit the 112. It sounds like we're ready to head over to interviews. So we're gonna toss it on over to Bo with the winners of Katboy Crew.
Thank you so much, Rainbow and Beak. Yeah, that was a quick match for our last match of the day. I guess that makes up for a bunch of really long matches. I'm joined by Camera, Azu, and Pangalex.
Tipo.
You all have the they all okay. Listen, I'm mad about this. They all have the same name in Discord. All of them.
So, Paul, I don't know.
I can't fault you for that.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know
so
what's
this
wrong
is
with it.
people. So I'm gonna start off with. I'm actually gonna start with the closing seconds of that game because I'm a little peeved. What the fuck? What happened?
We don't lose those.
I honestly don't remember. Like, it just happened, but I already forgot.
I think it evolved into me yelling who's next to touch point and people killing people, and then calling for Tracer coming right side, and the Tracer never came. I honestly don't remember either.
Oh, no, I know what happened now. Okay, so we just got picks, and this is a 2CP lifestyle. If someone dies, then it's over, man. We just stalled it out, we came back, they couldn't kill us fast enough, so that's just how it is on 2CP.
We've gotten a lot better at, like, rotating our ultimates. We're better at target focusing, better at calling out touches. We're just better at 2CP.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have this inane ability to just win fights that you really shouldn't. But moving on, again, in this match we're seeing a lot of the Rush Mirror. Very popular comp. What do you think gives you the edge in the Rush comp?
Well, I think Pipo is extremely bro like Reinhardt. Mid-match we came up with the term obese. He's an obese Reinhardt, one could say. And I think also our DPS and Pangalex and Magnolia are very comfortable on the main tree respectively. So I think like having our players on comfort picks really helps us.
And on top of that, like you just from watching the match, I can tell that this is a team diff. This is a communication diff. What is going on in your comms to make sure you're grounded and center and that you always know what you're going to do next?
Shouting. The secret to winning Rush is just playing faster. So we see the Reinhardt, we say, okay, as soon as he walks past this point, we're just going to wall him off and run at him and kill him. And that's what we did.
Yeah, you guys did a really good job of just outpacing Drip Diff. It seemed like Drip Diff was just really slow, and you guys just outpace them, move faster than them. Do you plan to carry that on into future matches?
I hope so.
Yeah, hopefully.
Oh, please. If we don't go first, we lose. That's kind of the Overwatch lifestyle.
Yeah, if you go back and watch like some old matches of ours, but we play Rush, we're definitely not this fast. We're not like making decisions fast enough. We're not thinking fast enough. But you know, we've gotten to a point where we're pretty all right at doing things quickly, which is how you win in the Rush mirror.
All right, well, you guys are going to the winner's bracket. You are going up against Resurge, very scary opponent. How are you guys feeling with that looming over you?
Rematch time, baby. We're gonna go 1-1.
1-1? It's gonna be a draw? We're gonna have to forfeit the match.
No, he means in total matches.
In total, because we lost our last match. In week 5 we played Resurge, we lost. So we're gonna win this one.
Right.
Week 5, we kind of dropped our spaghetti. It was all over the table, all over the floor. We know what we're doing now. We know the comps we want to play. So we're just going to diff them.
Yeah,
It's going to be fun.
we saw Resurge versus Majesty today. They bled a little bit today, so you smell the blood, we're going in.
All right, well, thank you to the three of you for joining me. That concludes our matches for today. We're going to take it to Solomon and Invictus for some final words.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bo. What a match we had with that final one. It's so much quicker than we were expecting. And what a day of matches we've had. And Invictus on the desk. Vic, it's been a long day, but what are your thoughts on today?
Very interesting that, the games I expected to be close weren't close, but the ones I didn't were. So the first two games were extremely close. I think the Research game, especially, that was, we're really hoping Majesty would take that, but wasn't meant to be. But
we've had some really close games. If we take a look back at these bracket, so I was going to do the schedule, but I've already got it ready for tomorrow's games. This is the bracket. As you can see, we have a 12-team bracket, sort of. And tomorrow we will see 4 teams eliminated. You can see this is the bracket as it stands. Katboy Crew with that 2-0 that just happened will face Resurge in the next round. And Sydney Servers and Clients will round out our upper bracket round 2, and that'll be next weekend. Tomorrow we have our 4 matchups. It'll be Majesty PXB, Drip Difference, Hog and Bull, Sharks Molding Inc., and then NightDrive Sarasota. Those will be the 4 matches tomorrow in that order at 5 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you are back and you're following the stream, because we're going to say goodbye to 4 more teams. We've got 12 now. By the end of tomorrow, we'll have 8.
Solomon will personally eliminate 4 teams tomorrow, so be ready for that.
Fault. Yes.
He will take them behind the shed, just, as you do.
Something like that. they get to end here, and they get to have a week less with BPL, a week longer to rest. So
no longer have to play Overwatch.
Welcome for some of them. I'm sure nobody really likes to play Overwatch. But thank you. Also, thanks to Carrie for the raid. Hello, SN Not Fan viewers, if you're here. Make sure you're following, because we just hit 1,000 followers. Isn't that crazy? But we'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern for more games, elimination games with teams and matches that'll be even closer. I hope you've enjoyed the interviews today as well. We had Bo, who's been working hard getting some interviews done. Had a little zoomy thing. This thing. Like that. You like that?
Yeah.
I think that he's still talking to someone in there. That's what you heard at the end. But yes, thank you to Bo for working on that. He's been doing so many things. He's been doing literally just then did the predictions. Been doing the management, admin, interviews there, streaming it to us. He's done a lot of work, so proud of him. And of course, thanks to all my staff who are up to date, my observers, all my casters. We had 4 different pairs of casters, and we'll have 4 different pairs of casters tomorrow as well. Ones that all of you will know, so I'm glad to keep them on board. But tomorrow, we say goodbye to 4 more teams. Only one of each of these will make it through to the final bracket. Well, make it through to the next round, and then they'll face each other. So these are the 4 lower bracket round 1 matches. As you can see, these would be anyone who came second in their group last weekend, taking on anyone who lost today. So anyone who lost is playing another match today. Anything that surprises you with these matchups, Vic?
I mean, I'm surprised Drip Difference lost their game, but to be fair, Katboys looked really good. So,
sure.
that's the strongest team here, other than Sharks, obviously. But I think Molding and Sharks is going to be a very close game, regardless. So we'll see how that works out. Hog and Ball also has been looking really strong with their new roster. So these should be very close games. All these teams are pretty well matched. And should be a very exciting day tomorrow. Sadly, we'll be eliminating 4 of them, but it's what the playoffs is. So I'm very excited for tomorrow. We'll see how these games go. I'm very excited for NightDrive to bring out the Bastion again, because we saw some of that today, and that's all I'm here for, honestly.
For sure.
I want to see some more Bastion. But so
that is
which
smart.
one of
go on.
if you out of all these 8 teams, if any of them were to do a lower bracket run, which one do you think would be?
Ooh, I think I'm leaning towards Sharks most. Although I think Majesty had such a close game against Resurge, they looked actually really strong that they could do it. I would put my money on Sharks. Drip difference didn't look amazing in their game today. I mean, it was close, but it wasn't super close, and I was expecting a closer game, so I wouldn't really put my money on them. But alternatively, they are the sort of team I think that would dig their heels in and try hard for that low bracket run. So a lot of upset potential, I think, definitely. I'd love to see Sarasota do a low bracket run.
Yeah, that would be great.
I mean, against NightDrive, I mean, it's really hard to place how, where Sarasota is in the standings right now, because like they had a overly impressive group stage, so like I don't know, I could go either way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I think Majesty is a very, like, they look really strong today. I think that's a good pick for doing a lower bracket run, and they've played Research the closest any team has. So
it's true. They are the team that's pressed them the closest, and it's Majesty. Seed 1 versus Seed 11, or something like that.
Yeah, that was like 2 fights away from going the other way. So
yeah, so big props to Majesty.
I want to see more of that.
Yeah. That's it for tonight.
Pirate Spy, I will thank you for your sub since Solomon won.
Pirate Spy, thanks for the Prime 4 months ago. Well, not 4 months. Well, 4 months ago and 2 hours ago for 4 months. Saying shock run for the losers time. Let's get it. Sane for the 10 gifted subs, and to Pluto earlier on, and Drams for subscribing as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's us for tonight. Make sure you're back here tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, and we will have more games. We will have 4 elimination games where we will slim our roster down to 8 teams. Thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, we're good. See you then.
Yep. See everyone tomorrow.
We're moving through the night like we're from a different star, flying over streets and our broken hearts. But they can't even touch us, we found a different beat. Paradise is waiting and we bought the lead. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. They're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game, and we run on the flames till the morning light. Baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Break all the rules, let them run and hide. Baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know.
Still, all of this people are gonna eat my words. I'm just so quick on it, man. Wi-Fi getting so many picks. Leave me, I get horrid with Wi-Fi.
Riptide with the bomb, looking to catch something. Maybe. Oh my God! What a high nade on this wall.
It's actually a big wall. Jack with a huge girthy shatter. Oh, what a chat. Hey, one Team MTD member to another. Good show. Good yeah.
We're from a different time, yeah, we're of a different breed. 'Cause what we got is timeless, we supersede. And we hold in the key, yeah, we're tight as can be. We're rolling, just like we please. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. We're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run just let them run and hide, baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know.
Window comes out by Mazino. Nobody yet tell me that. Oh my word, though, but the year with the duplicate off the line and the shatter to go with it. This S is there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs, the bombs. Oh my god,
different sort of thing. And oh, the shatter! Signet gets all six on the floor. The shatter's gonna come up from Sluga, but it will not get anywhere near the amount of value.
This is gonna be a huge frog, possibly. Another one for
Pretty, it's a big one.